Good morning again, everyone. Can we kindly stand for the national anthem of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and remain standing after that for our opening prayer?
Good morning. I ask that you bow your heads and close your eyes. Dear Heavenly Father, we gather here today with gratitude for the opportunity to come together in the spirit of learning and empowerment. We ask for your presence and guidance throughout this event as we focus on the vital topics of health and education, particularly for women with disabilities. Lord, we thank you for the dedication and the compassion of all the healthcare professionals, educators, and organizers present here. Bless their efforts as they share their knowledge and expertise, aiming to improve the lives and well-beings of those we serve. We lift up the women participating in this workshop. May we empower them with the knowledge and resources to make informed decisions about their reproductive health. Lord, we pray for an atmosphere of inclusivity and respect, helping us to break down barriers and stereotypes while fostering dignity and equality for all. May this event be a beacon of hope and knowledge and progress, leaving a lasting positive impact on all who are involved. In your holy name we pray, amen.
You may have your seats. Senator, the Honorable Donna Cox, Minister of Social Development and Family Services, Ms. Leno Batiste-Simmons and Mr. Ryan Ramcharan, Permanent Secretaries, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, Ms. Wendy Guy Hernandez, Ms. Vera Deunanan Balkaran, Deputy Permanent Secretaries of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, Mr. Michael Reed, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, heads of divisions and units of the ministry, members of staff, our specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to this seminar on sexual and reproductive health for women with disabilities, hosted by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. I am Reni Mohammed and I'll be your Master of Ceremonies for the formal part of today's proceedings. We do have an exciting and rewarding day ahead as we indulge in some very interesting and necessary discussions on sexual and reproductive health, but more on that later. Please permit me to welcome our first person on today's agenda, our lovely Permanent Secretary, Ms. Leno Batiste-Simmons, for some welcome remarks.
Senator the Honorable Donna Cox, Minister of Social Development and Family Services. Mr. Ryan Ramcharan, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Mrs. Wendy Guy Hernandez and Mrs. Vera Dionanan Balkaran, Deputy Permanent Secretaries, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Mr. Michael Reed, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health. Dr. Natalie Dick, Clinical Lead, Child Development and Behavior Unit, North Central Regional Health Authority. Our esteemed presenters, staff of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, NGOs, individuals, participants, and advocates for persons with disabilities, specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is with immense pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to you all to this significant seminar on sexual and reproductive health for women with disabilities. I believe it is very timely for all of us here this morning as we engage in this critical issue at hand to reflect on the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. This convention is geared to promote, protect, and ensure full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms and active participation in society on an equal basis with others. This convention embodies a new height in the movement from viewing persons with disabilities as merely objects for charity, medical treatment, and social protection towards an appreciation that these persons are individuals with rights who are capable of claiming those rights and making decisions based on free and informed consent, as well as being active members of society. Women are just as likely to engage in sexual activities as their peers without disabilities, despite inaccurate stereotypical views to the contrary. Women with disabilities thus face unique and pervasive barriers to full realization of their sexual, reproductive, and health rights. In this regard, I am pleased to advise that the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services is currently in the process of finalizing its internal review of the draft Persons with Disabilities Bill. This is in accordance with Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to implement the provisions of the Convention into its domestic/local law to ensure the protection of the fundamental rights and freedoms of persons with disabilities. The objectives of this meeting are indeed most laudable, and they are as follows: to improve access and to prevent barriers to sexual and reproductive health products and services, to empower and enable women with disabilities to assert their authority over their own sexual and reproductive choices, to build and reinforce knowledge on prevention and control of sexually transmitted diseases. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to encourage all attendees to take advantage of the range of services available today. These include mental health and counseling services, HIV testing, checks, as well as access to valuable information about grants and services offered by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Let us seize this opportunity to collectively address the challenges faced by women with disabilities in accessing sexual and reproductive health services. Together, through collaboration and commitment, we can strive towards a future where every woman, regardless of disability, enjoys a fundamental right to sexual and reproductive health. In closing, I welcome and thank this distinguished panel of speakers here today, and I wish you all a successful and impactful seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, P.S. Simmons. I think we can give her another round of applause. That's all we ask of you this morning. And in hindsight, let's give Danielle Galston a round of applause for playing our national anthem on our national instrument. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a little change in the program, but change is good, all right? So we set off with an item of entertainment right about now, and I have the pleasure of introducing a communicator, a broadcaster, a very dear friend of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, and of course a singer, to provide a moment of musical inspiration. Let's hear it from Mr. Raymond Edwards.
How can I say thanks for the things you have done for me? Things so undeserved, yet you gave to prove your love for me. The voices of a million angels could not express my gratitude. All that I am and ever hope to be, I owe it all to thee. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory for the things He has done. With His blood He has saved me. With His power He has raised me. To God be the glory for the things He has done. Just let me live my life and let it be pleasing, Lord, to Thee. And should I gain any praise, let it go to Calvary. With His blood He has saved me. With His power He has raised me. To God be the glory for the things He has done. With His blood He has saved me. With His power He has raised me. To God be the glory for the things He has done. For the things He has done. For the things He has done.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Raymond Edwards. And whenever I hear that song, especially in any ministry's event, I know the minister and the executive is so happy because it's a favorite of many of them. So, the change in the program, ladies and gentlemen, I must explain that this program, this event was specifically chosen to be hosted on a Wednesday. That is usually when our honorable minister would be free. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, a cabinet meeting was called this morning and she has to go to attend that. So she has to leave us shortly, but of course, not without presenting her address. It's a long time. I haven't gotten the pleasure to introduce her. So welcome our lovely minister, Senator, the Honorable Donna Cox, Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you very much, Rennie. Permanent Secretaries, Mrs. Lenore Simmons and Mr. Ryan Ramcharan. Deputy Permanent Secretaries, Mrs. Wendy Guy Hernandez and Mrs. Vera Jonanan Balkaran. Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health. Disability Affairs Specialist, Ms. Tessa Pascal. Heads of Division of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Staff of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services and of the Ministry of Health. And regional health authorities. Our moderator, Dr. Natalie Dick. Presenters, specially invited guests. Representatives of non-governmental organizations and persons with disabilities. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure to address you this morning at this important seminar on reproductive and sexual health for women with disabilities. Sharon Angle, a former American politician, once said, and I quote, "Every life holds value, regardless of location, age, gender, or disability. There is a plan and a purpose for everyone." End of quote. Do you believe this? Everyone deserves the best possible opportunities to be successful in life. And I believe that having the right knowledge brings us one step closer to empowerment and one step closer to transformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is for this reason that this seminar is being held for women with disabilities. I am therefore happy that this seminar, which targets females with disabilities, will expand on health-related issues that focuses on how you ladies can become empowered to manage and be in control of your health and well-being. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities underscores the need for governments to ensure the inclusion and participation of persons with disabilities in all spheres of life, particularly emphasizing access to health care, including sexual and reproductive health care. It also acknowledges the heightened risks faced by women and girls with disabilities and calls for specific protection against negligence and violence. Likewise, the National Policy for Persons with Disabilities, which is spearheaded by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, provides a framework for advancing social inclusion and equal opportunities for all citizens with disabilities in Trinidad and Tobago. It provides the framework for creating an environment that promotes accessibility, inclusion, integration, and full participation of persons with disabilities. It is observed that some women with disabilities encounter numerous challenges, such as physical and communication accessibility issues, attitudinal barriers, and limited access to essential information services, education, and preventive services, those that are required for them to lead healthy sexual lives. Moreover, these challenges can heighten the risk of sexual exploitation, assault, or abuse throughout their lives, as highlighted by the National Policy on Persons with Disabilities. The importance of seminars such as these and sensitization sessions, therefore, cannot be overemphasized. At the Commission on Social Development held at the UN headquarters in New York in February this year, which I was privileged to attend, it was underscored that there was the need to foster social development and social justice through social policies to accelerate progress on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And ladies and gentlemen, it is our desire to fulfill the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals. And some of these targets are focused on disability, including universal access to sexual and reproductive health services and reproductive rights by 2030. So as a result, we advocate for inclusivity by striving for a world where no one is left behind. This seminar serves as a crucial platform, especially given the increasing prominence of issues like family planning, maternal health, HIV/AIDS, adolescent pregnancies, and in recent times, the increase in incidence of gender-based violence. The ministry, through its Disability Affairs Unit remains steadfast in its commitment to providing all women with disabilities access to information and healthcare services, enabling them to make informed choices about their sexual and reproductive health. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Health for partnering with us, because most of our facilitators are from the Ministry of Health. We want to give them a round of applause, please. This seminar is an opportunity to engage in discussions that lead to actionable steps in building your capacity and fostering a healthcare environment free of barriers. Some of the topics that will be discussed today include the cost of having a family and the benefits of strong parent-led households, sexual and reproductive health, common menstrual problems among women and difficulty becoming pregnant, gynecological cancer screening and surgery for women and the challenges faced, sexually transmitted infection diseases, prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, HIV, AIDS, prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and contraceptive choices. Every participant will have the opportunity to access various services today, and these include blood glucose tests, HIV testing, breast examination, mental health services, vision screening, dietary nutrition services, HPV immunization. Just before we started this morning, I went down and I took my pressure. And I would like to say it's normal. Thank God. Recognizing the need to promote a more inclusive society, the ministry created an initial draft of the Trinidad and Tobago Disabilities Bill. The draft bill was shared with several organizations, and invaluable comments and recommendations were received from 18 government ministries: the Equal Opportunities Commission, the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago, 3 statutory bodies, 10 non-governmental organizations, and of course, we also heard from you, persons with disabilities. These recommendations have been meticulously considered by the ministry's internal legislative review team, which has undertaken a comprehensive revision process leading to amendments being incorporated in the revised draft bill. Furthermore, a comparative analysis of disability legislation across jurisdictions, regionally and nationally, has been done to ensure that the resulting bill meets or exceeds international best practices and standards. The ministry is nearing completion of the final draft of the revised bill, and the bill will undergo the requisite legislative drafting process, then submitted to the Legislative Review Committee of the Cabinet and forwarded for approval. Noteworthy provisions of the draft bill, but are not limited to, so these are some of the provisions: protection from discrimination, access to education, the right to work and employment, access to health care, access to housing, access to auxiliary social services, the right to adequate standard of living, and of course, the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Council for Persons with Disabilities. So, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage each of you to recognize the value in the person next to you. We are all uniquely different, but all of us have a contribution that adds worth to another in this journey we call life. I commend the Disability Affairs Unit of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services for leading this important initiative, and of course, the ministry, myself, pledge our ongoing and continued support. In conclusion, I urge each of you to actively participate in today's proceedings, keeping in mind our collective mission to help, empower, and transform the lives of vulnerable communities. I encourage all participants to make use of the valuable information which will be provided to you through our qualified presenters. And of course, visit our stakeholder booths so you can take control of your reproductive health and general well-being. I thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Minister Donna Cox, our Minister of Social Development and Family Services. Let's give her another round of applause as she, with a heavy heart, has to depart what is one of her projects. So thank you again, Minister, and we wish you a very wonderful Thursday. Duty calls, and we support you in that as well. So we'd like to welcome our next speaker this morning, presenter, and with an overview of sexual and reproductive health is the Registrar of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Mount Hope Women's Hospital of the North Central Regional Health Authority. Let's welcome Dr. Jamila Ali.
Good morning, everyone. As you said, my name is Dr. Jamila Ali, and it's my pleasure to be invited here by the Directorate of Women's Health. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So I want you all, I have 3 presentations today, so please feel free, whether it is after the presentations, even if I am out there, if you see me on the corridor, if there are questions or concerns any of you all have that you don't want to share with everyone else, please feel free to ask, and I will give you the knowledge, the information that you need. So this one is just an overview of sexual and reproductive health. This slide can change, please. It's fine. So I'm sorry, we don't have a laptop here, so we'll arrange that for the next 2 presentations. So good sexual and reproductive health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. And it includes that people should be able to have access to safe and satisfying sex, as well as they should have the freedom to choose and decide if they want to and how often they choose to reproduce. So in order to do this, of course, we have to know the things that we need. So the things that we need, firstly, is access to information. And that's why we are here today, to give information, because as has been said before, knowledge is empowerment. And by us empowering you, I think it's our duty as well for any female who is not here, whether it is a sister, a friend, a mother, the information that we get here is so, so important to disseminate now to our colleagues and our friends. So we all have, in our country, I think we are very fortunate that we have safe, effective, and affordable contraception methods. In every health center in your area, as well as every tertiary center, including all of our hospitals, there are family planning units that have access to contraception and information. There will always be a family planning nurse there to advise as well, including things like pap smears. All women should have the knowledge to protect themselves from sexually transmitted infections. In clinical practice, we are seeing more and more sexually transmitted infections, including HIV, but more recently in the numbers of syphilis infections. So we do have testing available in Trinidad and Tobago for sexually transmitted infections at no cost. So please know that you can access this. At all health centers, including hospitals, will do HIV testing and syphilis. Some of the other sexually transmitted infections may be accessed through the Queen's Park Counseling Center. And when women decide to have children, they should have access to skilled healthcare providers, as well as they should have services that empower them to have a fit pregnancy, a safe birth, and a healthy baby. So most women, if you have medical issues or issues that what we would consider you high risk, are generally seen within a hospital environment by specialists, and they would guide you in terms of the pregnancy, labor, and postpartum care. So these are generally the list of women health issues. I see a lot of them will be presented today. I just wanted to talk about one thing that I didn't really see on the program that I think is very important for all women to know. So cervical screening. Cervical screening is very, very important. In clinical practice, I think maybe more than 75% of women, if you ask them about a cervical smear or a pap smear, they either have never done one or they have not kept up with the routine of what they should do. It is the most common type of cancer, cervical cancer, in women under 35 years old. So this is our young population. These are our mothers. These are our sisters. These are women who could have a very long, healthy life if they were not diagnosed. And in our population, we tend to see a lot of fast stages. Early cervical cancer, if detected, can be treated and cured. If it is detected in the advanced stages, the prognosis then changes. Cervical screening prevents up to 75% of cervical cancers. So we can make a difference by doing cervical smears. So if anyone has never had a pap smear and you're interested in what it is an examination into the vagina. We use an instrument called a speculum, which is inserted into the vagina. Please note that a lot of women have the perception that it is painful, and that is why it is not done. There may be a slight discomfort, but it is not painful if done correctly. When the speculum is introduced, it is usually a quick procedure, less than 5 minutes. When they put in the speculum, a small brush is used to take a sample of the cells of the cervix, and that is sent off to the lab for testing. Usually, it would not be associated with any heavy bleeding or any pain at all. And as I said, it can be accessed at all health centers, including the family planning units at all hospitals. And if you want to know how often we need to do cervical smears should be started within 3 years of becoming sexually active. So it doesn't have a right or wrong time for anyone, because everyone may become sexually active at a different age. If you have never been sexually active, then you do not need a pap smear. So once you start doing pap smears, you need to do them every 3 years up until the age of 50, and then every 5 years up until the age of 65. Of course, if you were to have a procedure, like a surgical procedure, including a hysterectomy where they remove the cervix, your doctor in that case may advise you that you do not need to continue doing pap smears. Some women do. So that's an important question to ask your doctor after having any surgical procedure that may remove the uterus, if you need to continue doing pap smears. So I heard the Honorable Minister was talking about the HPV vaccine. So the HPV vaccine has been available for many years in our country. It is very, very important. What HPV is something called the human papilloma virus. There are hundreds of types of human papilloma viruses, but there are only a few that have a higher risk of causing cervical cancer as well as genital warts. The vaccine covers the most high-risk types of HPV. HPV could be transmitted with any kind of intimate contact, so including sexual contact. The majority of types of HPV will be cleared from a person with a normal immune system. But the high-risk ones, if it lingers within your system, those are the ones that can go to cancers, including cervical cancer, anal cancer, throat cancer, mouth cancers. So the HPV vaccine in our country is free of charge as well at all health centers. It is recommended for both boys and girls. The reason is that boys, through intercourse, can transmit HPV, and that HPV now will go on to cause cervical cancer. The best time to take the HPV vaccine is before any sexual contact. So it is recommended for girls and boys between the age of 9 and 12 years old. However, there is proven benefits in having the vaccine even after exposure to sexual intercourse. So as the minister said before, if there is access at this conference today and any woman is interested, please ask questions and you could start the vaccination. In our country, it's 2 doses of the vaccine, 6 months apart. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive overview on sexual and reproductive health, Dr. Jamila Ali. As we make way for our final item of entertainment this morning, he was outstanding the first time around, and to say, if it's nice, you do it twice. Let's welcome again for his final performance, the prolific Raymond Edwards.
When I am down and oh my soul so weary, when troubles come and my heart burdened be, then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and stay a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. There is no life without its hungers. Each restless heart beats so imperfectly. But then you come and I am filled with wonder. Sometimes I think I glimpse eternity. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I'm on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raised me up to more than I can be.
Thank you very much, Raymond Edwards. Beautiful performance indeed. And we are quickly approaching the end of the formal part this morning before we proceed to a break. So, of course, we give thanks in everything, and to give a vote of thanks is our Disability Affairs Specialist from the Disability Affairs Unit. Please welcome to the microphone Ms. Tessa Pascal.
Could you dim that light? Could you dim that light a little bit? Please?
Can we dim these lights, please, if possible?
I don't know, but it's glare coming off the screen. Thank you. Minister of Social Development and Family Services, the Honorable Donna Cox, distinguished permanent secretaries, Ms. Leno Simmons and Mr. Ryan Ramcharan, deputy permanent secretaries, Ms. Wendy Guy Hernandez and Ms. Vera Denonan Balkaran, colleagues from the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services and the Ministry of Health, our esteemed guests, speakers, advocates, moderators, and participants. I am Tessa Pascal, Disability Affairs Specialist of the Disability Affairs Unit. It is with deep gratitude that I extend my heartfelt thanks to all those who contributed to the success of this event. First and foremost, I express my gratitude, my greatest appreciation, to the Minister of Social Development and Family Services for her visionary leadership in convening this remarkable gathering of women with disabilities. Gathering for women with disabilities. The World Health Organization underscores the significant barriers that impede women with disabilities from accessing sexual and reproductive health services. Your steadfast support, commitment to organizing this unprecedented event underscores the ministry's dedication to empowering women and persons with disabilities. To the permanent secretaries, as well as the wider executive of the ministry, we extend our heartfelt appreciation for your invaluable technical expertise and unwavering moral support. We are deeply grateful to the Ministry of Health for the indispensable assistance with providing a wide array of services. Your steadfast support truly underscores the essence of a whole-of-government approach, which we all know disability is. To our esteemed moderator and speakers, we extend our sincerest gratitude for your presence and participation in today's gathering. Your expertise and insight promise to catalyze and enriching discussion that will undoubtedly have the joys of technology, a lasting impact beyond the confines of today's event. A special word of thanks to all the staff of the Disability Affairs Unit and the Corporate and Communications and Education Unit and other support staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth running of this event, even if it's not the smooth running of my reading. Last but not least, we extend our heartfelt thanks to each and every attendee, participant, individual, and advocate. Your enthusiasm has already made this event a resounding success. As we conclude this segment of the event, may the insight gained inspire and empower us all to continue our efforts to create a positive change for women with disabilities. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Tessa Pascal, our Disability Affairs Specialist at the Ministry. And at this juncture, we would proceed to the first break. I know some members of our executive and Ministry may have to leave us, but we ask the rest of you all who are staying on to now have a 15-minute break. Those who are parked within the Hyatt compound and needs their parking tickets validated, you can check the young ladies at the registration. And those who are visually impaired and require tea, coffee, or juice, you can probably share that fact with somebody at your table, and I'm sure they'll be willing to help. It's what this morning is about. So we are on to our first 15-minute break here this morning in our seminar on sexual reproductive health for women with disabilities, of course, hosted by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. See you back in 15 minutes. Okay, folks, we will resume in about 3 minutes, so if you can kindly get back to your respective seats, we'd appreciate it very much. Yeah. All right. Yes, I see. Okay, I'll call you back. Okay, folks, we are ready to restart our session this morning. And it's my pleasure now to pass you over to a moderator, very esteemed moderator at that. Dr. Natalie Dick has a passion to see persons with disabilities, especially the most vulnerable, maltreated, neglected, and marginalized, attain their highest God-given potential by accessing the best, most appropriate health, educational, and employment opportunities, allowing them life with dignity. She pursued her undergraduate medical training at University of the West Indies, followed by USA-based postgraduate training, leading to dual board certification in developmental behavioral pediatrics and general pediatrics. At present, Dr. Dick provides services in the public health sector in the child development clinics at North Central Regional Health Authority, is a clinical instructor, UE Child Health, and provides services privately via Kairos Developmental Behavioral Pediatrics Caribbean Limited, of which she is the founder. Dr. Dick serves on the board of management of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago as well. As a tireless advocate for children, she's committed to raise the bar on the standard of care for children with special needs and has taken a pioneering lead role in the establishment and implementation of Child Development and Behavior Unit, a unique multidisciplinary public health system initiative within the North Central Regional Health Authority. In keeping with her professional interests, Dr. Dick is involved in local and international NGOs, advocacy and professional groups on epilepsy, cerebral palsy, autism, child maltreatment, intellectual disability, medical and neurodevelopmental complexity, child mental health, and community-based rehabilitation. With such an esteemed background and qualification, please welcome our moderator for this session, and for the rest of the session, I should add, Dr. Natalie Dick. Give her a lusty round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your generous introduction. It's such a pleasure to be here and to see so many familiar faces, so many friends who are all united in the cause of disability advocacy here, that I feel like I am in a reunion. Senator the Honorable Donna Cox, Minister of Social Development and Family Services, in her absence, Mrs. Leno Batiste Simmons and Mr. Ryan Ramcharan, Permanent Secretaries of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, Mr. Vijay Gangapasad, Permanent Secretary of the Office of the Prime Minister, Gender and Child Affairs, Mrs. Wendy Guy Hernandez and Mrs. Vera Dionanan Balkaran, both Deputy Permanent Secretaries of this same Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, Mr. Michael Reed, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, our esteemed presenters, staff of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, representatives of NGOs, individuals, participants and advocates for persons with disabilities, specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Before I introduce the first speaker, I would like to thank all of the presenters from the earlier section of this morning's proceedings. I also would like to thank the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services for the foresight to host this very historic, timely, and relevant seminar with focus on a particular special niche of our population, women with disabilities and those who are advocating for them. This niche, yes, the ministry does deserve a round of applause. this special niche of our population has varied strengths and challenges, and so it is especially timely and to be applauded that the ministry has chosen to focus on our group of women represented here today. So continue to relax, listen very keenly as we all will learn from our distinguished expert presenters. At the end of each presentation, there will be an opportunity for you to ask your questions, so you can jot them down, hold your questions, and we hope that we'll be able to have brief and lively discussions after each presenter. I would like to introduce our first presenter at this time, Ms. Kanisha Guy, who is the Business Operations Assistant 2 at the National Family Services Division of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Ms. Guy is a dedicated member of the Parenting Unit of National Family Services and boasts over 18 years of service with this particular ministry. She's also worked with several other non-governmental organizations, specifically advocating for the rights of women who have experienced domestic violence and also for persons living with disabilities. In addition, Ms. Guy is the proud mother of 3 beautiful daughters, including one who's living with Down syndrome. Therefore, Ms. Guy's personal experiences have fueled her commitment and her passion to advocate alongside women, children, and persons living with disabilities to foster a more inclusive society. Ms. Guy blends this personal lived experience with her professional qualifications of an MBA in business management, so therefore she can also use her professional acumen. This multifaceted approach to advocacy underscores her dedication to fostering a society where everyone, regardless of their circumstances, can thrive. Join me in welcoming Ms. Guy as she presents the topic, Cost of Having a Family and the Benefits of Strong Parent-Led Households.
Thank you, Dr. Dick, and good morning, everyone. So let me begin by first acknowledging all established protocols and acknowledging the presence. Well, I know our distinguished minister has left, but we'll still acknowledge her presence and her passion for initiatives like these. Permanent secretaries, deputy permanent secretaries, presenters, senior personnel, specially invited guests, and all attendees. It is indeed a pleasure to be here with you today. So as you would have just heard, my name is Ms. Guy, and I'm coming from the National Family Services Division, a division within the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. I am honored to represent and to be part of a small group of dedicated professionals that comprise the parenting unit at NFS. So together, we work to support families by curating initiatives that help train, educate, and support parents. Driven by the motto, helping, empowering, and transforming lives, our goal at NFS is to foster healthy family functioning and promote positive family dynamics. And we achieve this through the committed work of our employees in our 4 subsections, which are the Suicide Prevention Hotline, the HIV/AIDS Coordinating Unit, the Parenting Unit, and our dedicated family service social workers. Today, I'm here to speak on the costs associated with having a family and the benefits of having a parent-led household. These topics are deeply personal and profoundly important. in that it touches on the core of autonomy, dignity, and our individual right to make informed decisions for ourselves and our loved ones. But before we dive into these topics, let me first address and disable some stereotypes. Some stereotypes that you may face as a parent or a person with a disability planning a family. These stereotypes may assume that you're unable to parent effectively, that you're financially dependent. There may be unwarranted concerns about your child's well-being and your decision-making capacity, and overall, a one-size-fits-all approach. So let me categorically state that this presentation today is not at all about limiting anyone by those stereotypes or any stereotype. I want to also emphasize that the insights and perspectives shared here today are neither mandatory nor dogmatically prescriptive. We all come from different backgrounds and face unique circumstances that influence our choices. My aim is to provoke thoughtful consideration and meaningful dialogue on these issues with the hope of empowering you and informing you by providing you with information to make the best and most well-informed decisions you can for your life. So now that we've established what this is not, let's get into the issue at hand. So when we speak about the costs about having a family, what comes to mind? I anticipated that today most of you would have thought of financial costs. Is that right? Right. And yes, financial costs are among the most fundamental considerations for any parent. It is a deliberation that every parent or any person planning to be a parent must undertake. But beyond those financial considerations, there are other costs. There are social costs, time costs, and other opportunity costs. Have you guys considered these costs? For example, social costs. We would have just gone through some stigmas. Are you prepared to face any stigmas? Or what it means for your social life? Depending on your personality, that may be very important to you. Time costs. Having a family requires a significant time investment and sometimes even career adjustments. Now, these are important aspects to consider as they impact our daily lives and long-term goals. This leads us to think about other considerations, other opportunity costs, such as what it means for your career and your education. What educational goals have you not yet accomplished or you aspire to have? Ensure when you are planning, you consider these costs because they are just as important. Even those of us who have a healthy support system have to plan for these in case that system is weakened or fails. So let's double back to our initial thoughts, financial costs. Financial planning is crucial to ensure that families can manage these costs effectively and sustainably. So let's explore some of the financial costs that I want to encourage you to think about. Healthcare, for example. And when you think healthcare, planning a family, I know many of you are thinking about your children. But what about you? Pre- and postnatal care. And healthcare not just as a baby. Let's think about the long-term developmental goals that children may require. Will your child need physical, cognitive, speech therapy? As a mother of a daughter who was born with Down syndrome, I remember having to budget speech therapy weekly. It was $300 an hour. And I was a young parent at the time, and I didn't think about these things before. Transportation costs, depending on your unique challenges, This will become very important as you decide how you're going to mobilize your family to and fro. Housing, childcare, and education. Think about the education that you envision for your child to have. Research what it costs now and what it may cost in 16 years. Think about savings and future planning, insurance, and that college fund. All these are very important when we are deciding the quality of life we want to have for ourselves and our loved ones. It's important to develop healthy budgeting habits, plan for contingencies, and transportation, the healthcare, the education, special needs education within the context of Trinidad and Tobago. Plan for these things even before you have children so that you can ensure the best quality of life for yourselves and your families. Learn what resources are available to you and learn how to access them. So let's transition our discussion now to the benefits of a parent-led household. What does this even mean? A parent-led household emphasizes the crucial role parents play in nurturing, guiding, and supporting their children. Such households foster a stable and loving environment for children where they can thrive. And I know you may have heard the quote, "Your ability is stronger than your disability," a million times in your life already. That's right? You all have never heard that quote? And I know that you heard it all too much times, but I want to reiterate to you today that whatever your concerns and your challenges are, you cannot take a back seat in your role as a parent. You cannot take a back seat in your role as a parent parenting your child. Allow your children to be children and learn to parent them effectively, despite whatever levels of responsibility they may display or that you instill in them. But how do we achieve this? To achieve a strong and positively parent-led household, I want to encourage you to embrace your identity. Foster a sense of belonging in your home while embracing your strengths and overcoming challenges together. Celebrate individuality. Every member of your household is going to be different. And do not limit yourself by the parameters set by anyone's opinion or even any disabling self-beliefs that you have or may have had. Have an authentic presence. Create meaningful and memorable moments with your children. Find ways to be there for them in all things, in their school, in their extracurricular. Know their teachers, know their friends, know their whereabouts. Demonstrate effective leadership. Role model decision-making, discipline, consistency, and healthy boundary setting. So James Baldwin once said, "Children are never good at listening to their elders, but they never fail at imitating them." Demonstrate adaptability and resilience. Celebrate the individual strengths of each member of your family. Be innovative and adaptive. This is your parenting journey, and I want to encourage you to take an agile mindset when it comes to parenting and overcoming the challenges of parenthood. Create that structured and nurturing environment. Encourage open communication and prioritize the growth of each member, ensuring that you are involved and that you are the dominant guiding light and force in your child's life. Achieving this, your children will gain and your household will gain empowerment and confidence through self and parental advocacy and positive role modeling. Enhance problem-solving skills, effective, adaptive, and innovating problem-solving strategies. So when you employ an agile mindset, and this adaptive approach to overcoming your obstacles, your children will learn this valuable lesson as well. Increase motivation. Nurturing environments foster personal growth, and that inside motivation for children. Develops resilience and compassion. So we can't understate the importance of your role. And the lessons that you teach them are the lessons they're going to take with them into adulthood. Children learn valuable lessons about resilience and embracing diversity. You are growing the persons for the next generation and for this world. As parents, advocating for your rights and advocating on behalf of your children is crucial, whether they have disabilities or not. This advocacy is essential for ensuring that everyone receives the support and recognition that they deserve. And this discussion is important for all of us, Parenting is a serious undertaking, and the interconnectedness between the family and the well-being of society cannot be understated. We must also all remember that anyone can be born with or become disabled in their lifetime. Which leads us to thinking, on that premise, the world's view of disability is changing. I want to encourage you to embrace that change and the opportunities that that change has for your empowerment and growth. So as for me, many of us don't think about disability until it hits us in the face. Some of you may have been born with a disability, and that may have, serious consequences in terms of how you view, or implications, I should say, for how you view your parenting and if you decide to become a parent. But for even those of us who think that I was not born with a disability, this is not something to think about. Because of this, it is important that we normalize this in our planning and our conversations. Before we close, I want to have a brief Q&A with you guys. And I'd like to ask if today's discussion presented any new considerations for you regarding the costs involved when planning a family or having a family. Did you all think about all these costs before? Yes? Okay. And do you have any idea, or did you have any insights on what it means to have a positive parent-led household? What stood out most for you today? Anyone? Forgive the slides, technology is like that. Did anything stand out for anyone today? Well, this is a good question, and I'm hoping someone will help me. Ms. Bastian, what stood out for you today? And that is very correct, and that I'm living testimony to that. I'm living testimony to that in more than one way. So I have a daughter, she recently passed away. And I didn't think about these things when becoming a parent, but I'm really glad as well that it has to be normalized in our conversation. Do you feel that anything was left out on this topic? So I'm looking for help here. At least one person to tell me one thing they felt that should have been included when we're talking about having a family and the cost involved. Yes?
Good morning, one and all.
Good morning.
My name is Charlene Ford. I'm an advocate for persons with disabilities. What I see is another topic of discussion because many times you don't look at the financial aspect, and financial literacy is something that is needed within the disabled community because, or even a person like myself who acquired a disability, how it affects, it's a ripple effect, how it affects the family financially, and how could one cope, which is also the mental aspect of it as well, which I don't think you touched on. You know, the trauma of it, etc. As a parent, like yourself, when you recognize your child is now a child with a disability, you know, how did you transition? Did you know what NGOs to go to? How did you get the resources to assist you going forward? These are things that we need to take into consideration to put in wider society so that other parents who, within the hospital system itself, it will be there for them to know how to get that support system in place.
I agree with you entirely. Now, this is why conversations and initiatives like this are so meaningful. Yes?
Good morning. My name is Sophia Figueroa Leon from CKFTO. What I would encourage is that the ministry pair up with NGOs that may be able to help children with disabilities and their parents. So, I mean, you can refer them to these NGOs and they will help.
I can speak for NFS and also on behalf of the ministry that we do recognize the important relationship with our civil society organizations and NGOs and the role and that partnership and collaboration play in fostering an inclusive society and also to help mitigate all of these concerns, especially within the disabled society, the disabled community. I myself as a parent, I remember I was very young and the mental toll was there and I felt very alone in that time. Very alone. Yes?
Hi, good morning. So I'm Marissa Solomon. I teach at a special school, right? And knowing where to go, sometimes as teachers, we know where we can refer our students, our parents, where to get help, you know? But I think sometimes in addition to what you would have done here today, having these talks at schools. So as I said, I teach at a special school. And so a lot of our parents don't know where to turn to, where to go. So I came here today to gather information because information is necessary so that I can help my parents, who in turn will help the students as well. So I think, you know, getting into schools can be very beneficial because we have young ladies growing up, even the boys as well, growing up, and then they need to know about themselves, how they will work around everything as well.
Thank you. I applaud your efforts by being here today. And I want to say that for each person here, that we are all change ambassadors in terms of bringing recognition and awareness to issues like these. Is there anyone else who wants to share with me anything that they feel should have been included today, or anyone has any question on today's presentation? Well, if not, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to each of you.
Hi, we have a question.
Yeah? We have a question?
Yeah.
So this will be our last question, so thank you.
Good day. My name is Beverly.
Hi, Beverly.
Allen, and I really commend all the parents that really work hard with their disabled children, even those parents that are disabled. But reality is it's tough, right? And I would like at least to know because we don't have proper systems. You talk about cost, we know transportation is not what it is for disabled persons. We know just living on a disability grant is not enough. We know that medical care sometimes is not enough. So we live, persons lived my life as a blind person throughout the years, and I've heard single parents, single fathers, single mothers, parents with disabled children, and they go through so much, right? They go through real, sometimes they don't have that support system. They don't have, the help. They have to face it on their own. And what I need to know from some of y'all who have been successful in this area in being good parents and making it with your disabled children, how can you help other persons? What kind of advice to go where, as Charlene was saying, like what groups, where can you go, or where can you access, that kind of help and support? Because some people really don't have that kind of support. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you for that, and that ties everything together. This is why we need peer support groups, this is why we need our NGOs, and this is why we all must collaborate and come together as change ambassadors for this change, and you're a part of that change as well. So I want to encourage anyone to reach out to the National Family Services Division. If they need counseling or they need education or training, we are here to help you. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who is here present, especially persons who are interested in disability and who have disabilities. Your presence here today is a testament to your commitment to making well-informed decisions and also to making a change in this society. So thank you for having me, and I'll leave you guys with one quote. Don't think of yourself as a product of your circumstances. Think of yourselves as a product of your decisions. And you all have the capability to make decisions, and in so doing, you manage the trajectory of your life and steward that to the lives of your families and your children. So thanks everyone for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Guy. This is such a wonderful opportunity. Embrace every minute of it. And we move smartly on to our next speaker, who enjoys the privilege of doing what she loves every single day. Let me introduce Dr. Jamila Ali, or I should say reintroduce, because we met her earlier in this proceeding when she gave the overview to what is happening today. So we'll learn a little bit more about her. She's a specialist obstetrician, gynecologist. She spent her earlier years before qualifying as a medical doctor at St. Augustine Girls High School and was able to pursue her passion to go ahead and pursue medicine. She graduated from the University of the West Indies in 2012 and then did her internship at Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex 1 year later. She always had a very keen interest in women's health, so after she completed her internship, she decided to pursue postgraduate training in the same area, and she completed that specialist training in 2019. Since then, she has continued to work in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Mount Hope Women's Hospital, where she treats, counsels, and operates on patients. We therefore are privileged to have Dr. Ali leave her busy practice to come to educate us here today. Let's welcome Dr. Ali.
Good morning again. Good morning again, everyone. So now we are going to the educational part of the medical education. So menstrual problems. So I feel as women, we always have menstrual problems, but we're going to go through here the medically indicated ones, and at the end of this session, I'm actually going to leave a lot more time for questions, because I think presentations are good, but personal questions is sometimes where we actually gather more information. So, I'm sorry. Can somebody help me? The clicker isn't clicking. Okay, so in terms of the menstrual cycle, so most women will have a period within the ages between of 19 to 16. So if you, well, this would more pertain to your children. If you have a daughter who has not had a period by the age of 16, that is concerning, and they should see a specialist. If you have a daughter by the age of 14 who has no sexual characteristics, which is breast buds or pubic hair, that also is concerning. And in that case, they also should see a doctor. So the first word, amenorrhea, that just means no periods, which we touched on briefly. Dysmenorrhea means painful periods. Oligomenorrhea means little periods, so you're not going to have them regularly. Maybe it might be 2 to 3 cycles per year. And then there's heavy menstrual bleeding. So we talked about this already. So primary amenorrhea means no periods at all. Secondary is a woman who has had a period at some point, but now it has stopped. The most common cause of that, it could be, it's not the most common cause, sorry, but the causes could include medication that you might be on, recent excessive weight gain, chemotherapy, because sometimes then the ovaries are not functional, and some women go through premature ovarian failure. So the normal age of menopause for most women is between 50 to 55. So if you're in your 30s, 40s, early 40s, and your periods have stopped, that is something to be investigated. Sometimes periods may become irregular. So it might be that you skip a month and then the period comes. That may be common in the perimenopausal time, which is the few years before you actually go into menopause. But if you have ever had a period of your life where you have not had any period for 1 year, so 12 consecutive months with no bleeding, that is considered as menopause. And if you have bleeding after menopause, that is very concerning, and you need to see a doctor. Even if it is spotting, even if it is a small amount, you need to get that investigated. Dysmenorrhea. So the majority of women will have some degree of pain with their periods. The majority of women will have pain within 2 to 3 days. Sometimes it would start the day before the period, and it could continue within the first 2 to 3 days, which is the heavy flow. If you are having severe pain, that is affecting your quality of life, which means you cannot get out of bed, you cannot go to work, you cannot do your normal daily activities, that is concerning. The majority of normal menstrual pain will be alleviated with analgesia, with pain relief such as just Panadol, Buscopan, ibuprofen, Advil. Those are usually enough. If you are using analgesia and it is not helping, that is a cause for concern as well. So the things that may cause dysmenorrhea could be uterine fibroids, endometriosis, which would be every month that you get in significant pain affecting your quality of life. PID is pelvic inflammatory disease. So sometimes you would have infection that can travel upwards, causing inflammation to the inner structures, including the fallopian tubes. And when you have that type of infection, it can increase your pain with your periods and without your periods as well. Adenomyosis, this is thickening of the muscle of the womb, and that tends to cause heavier and more painful periods. So if you never had pain with your periods or mild pain, and then later on in life, now you found that the pain has become severe, that's something of concern as well. Oligomenorrhea. So a normal menstrual cycle is between 21 to 35 days. So if your periods are less frequent than that, so 2 months to 3 months apart, that is not normal. That is considered oligomenorrhea. Some women may encounter this if they use certain hormonal contraceptives, including injections or the intrauterine devices. With weight gain, you may see this, and there is a hormonal aspect as well. The majority of you, I'm sure, have heard of polycystic ovarian syndrome, and that is the most common cause we see of little to no periods. Heavy menstrual bleeding. So a normal period should last somewhere between 7 to 10 days. It should not go heavily for more than 7 days. If you are soaking through a pad within an hour, or you have to double pads, if you are passing clots larger than the size of a 25-cent piece, all of that are concerning aspects. If month after month the bleeding continues and you start feeling tired, weak, dizzy, all of those are signs that your blood count may be low, requiring you to go to your nearest emergency department. If your periods, especially as you get in towards menopause, as you get older, are becoming heavier or abnormal, so let's say you have bleeding now, then you have heavy bleeding in 2 weeks, then in another 2 weeks, that's not normal as well. It always is better to get investigated early, because if abnormal cells are found in the lining of the womb, treatment can be done in a timely fashion. In terms of heavy menstrual bleeding, sometimes there's a little growth in the lining of the womb called an endometrial polyp, sometimes which needs to be removed if there are large uterine fibroids, and not too commonly, but there will be patients with bleeding disorders. This will not affect your periods only. You would notice that if you get any kind of cut, if you remove a tooth, anything that pertains to bleeding, you bleed longer than a regular person. So I'm going to touch briefly on this topic, and then I think Dr. Dick is coming back to moderate the question section. So in terms of difficulty becoming pregnant, infertility is considered the inability to conceive after 12 months of regular intercourse without the use of any form of birth control. So regular intercourse is considered as unprotected intercourse at least 2 to 3 times per week. The reason that is because I'm sure most of you all know that when you ovulate, the egg is only alive for 24 hours. Sperm, on the other hand, can stay alive for 2 to 3 days, which means nobody knows exactly when the egg is being released, but whenever it is, if you have intercourse every 2 to 3 days, when it is released, there will be living sperm to fertilize it. Getting pregnant is not really an easy task. You only have 1 day of an entire month that you could get pregnant. So if you are trying to get pregnant, regular intercourse is very important. Up to 50% of patients with having regular intercourse will get pregnant within 6 months. The factors that could contribute is exactly what I said, frequency of intercourse, infections. So just like we spoke about pelvic inflammatory disease, any kind of sexually transmitted infection could cause ascending infection, so infection that could go up into the womb or into the tubes, and that could cause blockages. If tubes are blocked, there's no way for the egg to come down to get fertilized. Age. So women, we are born with all of the eggs that we will have for our entire lives. So that means as we get older, our eggs get older. So an egg at 20 years old is not the same as an egg at 40 years old. The genetic material gets older as well, and that is what increases your risk of chromosomal abnormalities, increases your risk of Down syndrome as well. So those are factors to consider if you are attempting to get pregnant. Nutrition and weight. We always recommend that it is better to deal with the mother's health before pregnancy. So you want to ensure that you are active, that any medical issues that you may have, including diabetes, high blood pressure, these things should be controlled before you attempt conceiving. Smoking and alcohol, well, with both, of course, we don't recommend that excessive smoking or alcohol for any pregnancy. And male factor is important to note. A lot of women take the blame on themselves if they are not able to get pregnant. But male factor infertility accounts for 30 to 40% of all infertility, which means that your partner should get investigated as well. So the basic workup for infertility is usually you would be seen by a doctor and examined. We always recommend a semen analysis because we have to check the amount and the motility of the sperm within the semen. Evidence of ovulation, which is usually a blood test to ensure that you are ovulating, you are producing eggs, and the evidence of fallopian tube patency. That is usually something called a hysterosalpingogram, a HSG, where some dye is introduced into the womb and into the tubes. Some x-rays are taken, and that tells us if the tubes are open or not. So Dr. Dick is coming now in terms of the question segment.
Dr. Ali is staying to answer the questions. Dr. Dick is only keeping time, because I cannot answer all of those hard questions that the audience will ask. I know about pediatrics. Okay, are there any questions?
I want to know. I want to know about the stopping of the period. Right. So I want to know more about the stopping of the period.
As in menopause? Or to stop a period?
At what age? I didn't see what you said.
Or at what age? That's normal.
At what age? What
That's
is the normal?
normal age, somewhere between 50 to 55. Yeah. If they're having regular monthly bleeding, so if you're having regular periods, some women it may extend a little bit further, maybe say 56. Some women may be a little bit earlier, 48, 49. But if you are, let's say, 60, that bleeding you have is not a period. That is abnormal.
Hi, good day, everyone. Question, in terms of like uterine cancer, at what age you should be tested at, say if it is you have a genetic in the family and whatnot? And I know sometimes in the pap smear it's not detected, and what's the name of the test you have to take?
Okay, so that's two different things, right? Uterine cancer is different from cervical cancer. Pap smears check for cervical cancer. So cervical cancer, earlier I had spoken about it. You want to start doing pap smears from 3 years after you have become sexually active, even if you're not currently sexually active, because there is a risk of infection with the human papillomavirus. So pap smears are every 3 years until 50 years old, and then every 5 years until 65. In terms of uterine cancer, that is what we call endometrial cancer. There's not just, you just don't go in and get tested for it. To get tested, we have to do a biopsy of the lining of the womb, and usually that will be done if indicated. And indications include if you experience abnormal uterine bleeding, or if on a pelvic ultrasound, the lining of the endometrium is thickened, then we do a biopsy. So it's not something you can just screen yourself for, but a pap smear is where screening comes in, and that is your responsibility to do the pap smear every 3 years, and that is for cervical cancer. The cervical cancer, you start doing it at 3 years after your first sexual encounter. So whether that is 16 or 49, that is when you start 3 years after your first sexual encounter. Any other questions?
Hi. Okay, so you said someone would start to would have menopause between 50 to 55. Does that, because I always thought the earlier you start your periods, the earlier it stops, you know, and the later you start, you know, or the later it stops. So is that or am I just thinking wrong?
No, well, if you think about it that way, there will be some truth, because as we are saying, we are born with a certain amount of eggs. So it is common, if you start your periods earlier, for you to go into menopause a little bit earlier. By a little bit, we just mean a few years. So menopause at 40 is not common. That is usually something called premature ovarian failure. So if you are within the region of 45 to 55, let's say, that could be menopause. But beyond 55, it's very unlikely to still be having normal menstrual periods. If periods are coming every month, it's usually a lot what we consider safer. But if you are having irregular bleeding, that is concerning.
Irregular bleeding means that if your cycle goes longer than 3 to 5 days, usually some people have a 3 days. Or
longer than 7 days, or
Yeah.
if you're having irregular bleeding throughout the month. So let's say you're having periods twice a month, or it's becoming extremely heavy in that time.
Without pain. It could be without
It could be
pain.
with or without pain. That is still concerning.
Okay.
Okay, so we have time for one more question.
That's an afternoon again. I want to find out about urinary cancer. What are the signs when it comes to bleeding or not bleeding that you have to look out for?
The uterine cancer?
Yes, like how would you know how to get tested? What would be the signs that you look for?
So it's the same thing. If your periods start becoming very heavy, start passing clots, when previously it was not like that. If you start having irregular bleeding, so your period comes this week, then you bleed again next week, it stops for a short time, so abnormal uterine bleeding.
And that's within a month period, or just in general?
Within a month, because if your periods are longer than a month and you're in the over 40 range, it could be perimenopausal. But if bleeding is becoming heavy, so let's say it is skipping months, but it's becoming very heavy to the point you're feeling unwell, you should still get checked.
Okay, thank you so much.
And it's usually with examination, pelvic ultrasound, and then possibly a biopsy.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon.
If anyone has
Hi,
questions,
good morning.
they can ask me at lunch.
Hi, good morning. My question is, what are some of the signs you look for early menopause?
You could just answer it very briefly.
So early menopause, so that's a withdrawal of estrogen. So you can get things like hot flashes, loss of sexual drive. Of course, your periods become irregular or you stop bleeding. I'm sorry, but my time has come to an end. So if anybody has any other questions, I will be here. I can answer them for you during the lunch period. Sorry.
Let's give Dr. Jamila Ali another round of applause. And then give yourselves a round of applause. This audience is asking really very relevant and thoughtful questions, and I do appreciate the patience of our presenters making themselves available to chat with you after each presentation. And it also speaks to the need for the Ministry of Social Development to team up with the Ministry of Health to have more of these interactive sessions from time to time. So this is just the start. Our next presenter is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, and she is now a senior lecturer and the head of obstetrics and gynecology unit of the Faculty of Medical Sciences, UWI St. Augustine. Her specialist training is in the field of obstetrics and gynecology, and that was completed in the United Kingdom, where she lived and worked for over 10 years. She is a fellow, even though she's a lady, she's a fellow or a distinguished member of the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and is also an accredited subspecialist or expert in the area of gynecology oncology, which means that she's specially trained to take care of women with cancers or gynecological cancers. Dr. Vanessa Harry was awarded a Doctorate of Medicine in 2012 following recognition of her research in the field of gynecologic cancers, and she has presented her work internationally and has published extensively in many distinguished medical journals. Dr. Harry works both in the public and private health sectors and is a frequent columnist in one of our national newspapers, the Trinidad Guardian. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Vanessa Harry as she presents on gynecologic cancer screening and surgery in women and the challenges. Dr. Harry, pleasure to see you again.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. Everyone is probably hungry, so I will not take more than maybe 10 to 15 minutes. I promise I will be really quick. So thanks again for having me, and thank you to Dr. Nagisa for inviting me from the Ministry of Health. Even though I give them a hard time sometimes, I'm glad to see they still ask me to do a few things. From the Ministry of Social Development, I haven't given them a hard time yet, so thank you for having me here. This was really good for me to do, actually, and to read up a little bit about this too, because women with disabilities is not something that I deal with every day, but I probably should, and I should probably read up a lot more and learn a lot more about it. So this was a pleasure to do, and I hope I can put some of this into perspective with this very brief presentation, and I hope this is working. Right, so I'm a gynecologist, and when you hear about gynecology, you think about all these things. And I think we've heard about some of these things already. And when I was a very junior doctor, working in the specialty, and I'm glad Dr. Dick didn't say when I graduated, because it was long before everybody else, I'm pretty sure, who is speaking here. I thought gynecology and women's health was all about this. All I needed to do was learn about everything to do with the uterus and the cervix and the ovaries and hormones and fertility. And, you know, that's all it took. But it's actually really different. And as I've become much longer in this field, I'm so glad that I chose looking after women as my specialty. Because it's more than just looking after this. Because you'd be very surprised. Actually, y'all would not be surprised, because y'all are women. And historically and systematically, women are very differently treated in healthcare. And that's something I only learned after years and years of working as a gynecologist. So even though we use healthcare the most, we are more healthcare givers. We are the ones who make the most decisions about healthcare in our families. We have been systematically underrepresented and undervalued in everything to do with health. Even the term hysterectomy, which means removal of the uterus, comes from the Greek word for hysteria. They actually thought women, because they have a uterus, are hysterical. We are all thought of as being anxious, but not in pain. Studies have shown that women are less likely to get a painkiller prescribed to them and more likely to get an anti-anxiety drug prescribed than men are. We are more likely to have our heart attacks underdiagnosed, not pick up, and more likely to die from them because the doctors all feel we are just complaining and being stressed out and being hysterical. And this is all proven. So working in a field where I look after women can sometimes be really disconcerting when you read all these studies and you find out that we have actually been so undervalued in healthcare for a very long time, and according to the WHO, that has not gotten any better anytime recently. So for women in general, as I've said before, we are more likely to suffer violence, abuse, be underdiagnosed, and less representation everywhere, in every field. And just to say, if you think this is bad for women without disabilities, it is much worse for women with disabilities. And this is really what I want to focus on today. This is what I've been asked to talk about. And according to the UN, this is the definition that we use. So these women with disabilities, I'm not sure if you know this, they are 3 times more likely to be illiterate than their male counterparts and more than women without disabilities. They are twice as likely to be unemployed. They are severely underrepresented in any leadership roles and in any political positions, and they are 2 to 3 times more likely to be subjected to violence. And when it comes to healthcare, it doesn't actually get much better. And I think everybody here can probably identify with this. So we still don't have any clue about how is the best way to treat women with disabilities because it's so under-researched. We don't ask the questions. We don't even want to know about it. So I think it's quite possible we've gone through some of these things already, and I'm going to go through this very quickly, is that there are barriers to young women, to girls in reproductive health care. They are less likely to be seen by someone skilled. They are more likely to get pushed into doing things they don't want to do. They will experience sexual violence. They will more than likely get coerced into using some form of contraception that they may not want, because we as doctors and healthcare professionals and nurses are thinking, let's do something long term. There's still sterilization as options, and that is what these women get told. But another aspect that I want to also mention is having surgery for women with disabilities is also high risk, and not necessarily because of the disability, but sometimes due to difficulties in communication, consent. But more importantly, studies have shown that even post-op recovery in these women with disabilities can be very serious, can be very rocky, with complications such as infection, getting a clot. So it's not a walk in the park. And as a surgeon, I have to say, these are things that we think about very carefully before I operate on a woman with a disability. So this is the only slide that has writing on it, I promise. But I put together this list, which I can't actually see from here, because I don't have my glasses, and my glasses are not going to work in that distance. But these are some of the challenges. I'm sure there are many more that are faced by women with disabilities, from the stereotypes, from the response they get when they go to hospital. I mean, I shudder to think what they are told sometimes, from incorrect assumptions made by the healthcare providers, by not having even wheelchair access, by not even being able to climb onto the examination couch. I have women who come to see me without disabilities. They could barely make it on my examination bed, much less if I have a woman with a disability. Financial barriers they face, getting insurance. Gosh, and the one I highlighted at the end is because of all these women miss their appointments. They don't even want to come in to be subjected to this type of abuse. They miss their checkups. They miss annual visits. And this, for me, as an oncologist, is a big deal, because this is when I get worried, when I don't see women who are supposed to have a regular checkup for something specific. As an oncologist, what does that equate to? What am I worried about? Yeah, I'm obviously worried about cancer, because I should be seeing women for cancer screening for certain tests, but if I don't see them and they never make it to me, or they never make it to the doctor's office, or they never make it to the health center to have their checkup, who knows what's happening to that lady at home? Who knows what she could have that I could have picked up 10 years earlier and done something about, but I can't, because we didn't make it easy for her to come to that visit. We made it actually even harder. So cancer screening is, at the best of times, difficult to get people to attend. It's almost impossible for women with disabilities to come and do a pap smear. So these are the types of screening tests we offer, and that was a really excellent question earlier, but how can I get tested for uterine cancer? How can I get tested for lung cancer, for pancreatic cancer? You see all these things in the newspaper. You see it all on magazines, and everybody is worried about, let me go get tested for these. How can I find out? The reality is, for women and men with and without disabilities, we can screen for some cancers, but not all. And these are the ones that we can screen for: breast cancer, cancer of the cervix or cervical cancer, colon cancer, and men as well have to attend for urology examinations, which I'm not going to go into too much detail as a gynecologist. But these are the ones that a screening test is available for. And what is screening? I mean, we talk about screening a lot. Screening is different from having a biopsy and making a diagnosis. Screening is subjecting the entire population to a test if you meet that criteria, if you're in that certain age group, and let them all come in and do it. And it's like a little sifting out the ones that are high risk. And then when we get the one or two that are high risk, we then subject them to further testing. But to subject the entire population to screening, we do need to get them to come in. We do need to do it. I mean, this is a popular screening test that nobody wants to do. Who wants to do a colonoscopy? In fact, I had this slide for years and years on a presentation about cancer screening. And now the Americans have changed their screening age for colon cancer to 45. So instead of waiting till 50 to do a colonoscopy, you're actually supposed to start, or men and women are supposed to start at 45 now, because colon cancer is so common. So the cancers we can screen for are not many. They are a few, but it is important to do it. It's important to pick up these cancers before they even start. So for women and men with or without disabilities who attend for a medical, or you go for an executive test and you do a battery of blood tests and scans, they actually don't mean very much for cancer screening. It's just these tests that I mentioned before. So the first one, breast cancer, extremely common disease. Worse yet for women with disabilities, because according to the evidence and studies, not only are they faced with the physical barriers to doing a mammogram of all things, but if you look at studies, the women with disabilities say what's even worse is the attitude and what they are exposed to when they come to get a mammogram or when they come to get a breast ultrasound. And that supersedes what they have to put up with changing position and all these things. Is actually the barriers faced by the attitude of staff involved. And that is pretty demoralizing and depressing, because then it equates with lack of visits, lack of mammograms, and all of this equals more cancer. And do you know, there have been studies to show that women with disabilities are 3 times more likely to get breast cancer. Why is that? Lack of screening. Exactly. So this is what I do for a living. This is my day job, cancers of the female reproductive system. I can't test for all of these, but I can definitely test for one and very confidently prevent one of them from even starting, and that's cancer of the cervix, by doing pap smears. And we hear a lot about HPV testing. We hear a lot about the HPV vaccine. The vaccine is relatively new, but not that new that you shouldn't have it. There is a criteria for the vaccine. It's an excellent vaccine to prevent cervical cancer in young women. But the risk factors we've been taught as young doctors for cancer of the cervix, you know, you have to avoid there's obviously no smoking, but the numbers of partners, all these things put you at risk. But the reality is you can have all those risk factors, but this is the biggest risk factor for cervical cancer, not having a pap smear. So actually, if you think, again, that it's hard for women without disabilities to come in and do this, imagine having to have a healthcare provider, a nurse, a doctor, a member of staff, not even offer this test to you because they assume you don't need it. Why would they think that? I mean, these assumptions, I'm sure you all could tell me more than anyone else. They would think that, why would this person be sexually active? Why would they ever need a pap smear? And this just shows, you know, this patient came into the office, already has a child, been pregnant, but the healthcare provider is assuming, no, you don't need a pap smear because you've never been sexually active. And this is what a lot of women with disabilities face daily, you know, in the healthcare system, which is a real shame for this disease that I see more often than any other gynae cancer, but it's the one that I actually can prevent. So that is beyond heartbreaking. So, women with disabilities proven in a recent report to face lower odds of receiving screening. So for me, less screening means more cancer. And that is exactly what we don't want. One way to help young women is to vaccinate them. The vaccine is readily available. Ministry of Health now has it on children's vaccination cards. And it is an excellent vaccine to be used before exposure to HPV. That helps to prevent cervical cancer. So what do we do? I've given you all this information about all the problems facing women with disabilities. They are more likely to be subjected to incorrect counseling, unfair assumptions, underrepresented, undertested, lack of checkups, lack of screening, lack of physical equipment, lack of transport to get to a healthcare provider. What do we do? I mean, is it all very dismal? Having a model like this where you have integrated hospitals and a coordinator, this is in Singapore. We don't have that. Of course we don't. This is not going to happen here anytime soon. I think the first thing we can do is really just notice and acknowledge women with disabilities do need to have patient-centered care. They do need to be recognized, not as just a hassle that will come to my office and takes me an extra 30 minutes to sort out. I have to anticipate that well before in advance. Take that time to put aside a half an hour to do that pap smear or to do a full checkup and check for other things. This is what I have to do, and this is what, as the healthcare system, we have to be aware of, and we have to provide for this. This is my last slide, promise. This is just essentially, we need to have more training. I teach medical students in obstetrics and gynecology, and I can safely say they don't get enough training how to manage patients with disabilities, but they need to from now on. We need to be more respectful. We need to not assume things, because assuming things is the wrong thing to do. We need to have the necessary equipment, transport, all of this. We have to consider all of this beforehand. As an oncologist, foremost in my mind is cancer always. Cancer prevention, cancer awareness, and if I have to pick up a cancer, I want to pick it up as early as possible. So we don't want anyone sitting on something too long that by the time they get to me, it's a bit late. Again, preparing for things before they happen, whether it's a complicated surgical procedure, all that is extremely important. So I also have a quote. I think somebody else ended with a quote there from Walt Disney, which I just happened to find, actually, which is the way to get started is to stop talking about it and start doing it. So thank you very much, everyone. I hope you all enjoy lunch. I'm happy to answer some questions, which you can have answers for free.
Are there any questions at this time? While you're thinking of your questions, I just want to thank Dr. Harry for such a very honest, insightful, and eye-opening presentation. Apart from educating us on so many areas of cancers related to women's health, women, and very important aspects of screening, I really appreciated Dr. Harry's honesty in speaking about the gaps and areas of inequity related to the health, but specifically women's health for women with disabilities. I would like to be one of the catalysts to be able to help with a bridge between those who train medical students and Ministry of Health and Ministry of Social Development and other ministries, so that the national policy for persons with disabilities, the areas that are related to health, and there are areas related to health, would actually be implemented for the benefit of our citizens living with disabilities and those who care for them. So Dr. Harry will hear more from me, as would Mr. Reed. He left already, but I had a little conversation with him. So with that, are there any questions? Because we are getting really close to the time for lunch, so we'll have a very short question and answer time, but Dr. Harry will be able to answer other questions during the lunch break. We have, I saw at least 2 hands up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Crystal Sabero. If, as a young woman, before the age of 45, you had a hysterectomy, should you still do screening for cancers? And that is a total hysterectomy, not just partial.
Very good question. So yeah, that actually what you said at the end is the key. A total hysterectomy involves removing the body of the uterus, including the neck of the uterus, which is the cervix. If you remember that picture I had at the beginning. Once the cervix has been removed, you no longer need pap smears and you cannot get cervical cancer, which is a good thing. However, some surgeries, the gynecologist would do a subtotal hysterectomy and take out the body of the uterus and leave the cervix behind for whatever reason. In those cases, it is obliged to continue doing pap smears because you still have a cervix. But more importantly, it is up to the surgeon, the gynecologist, to tell the woman that, guess what? I left your cervix in. Make sure and do your pap smears every couple years. Because I have 2 patients who didn't even know that their cervix was left in. They thought, well, you know, that my doctor took out the womb. And they have cervical cancer now. Only because they were not aware that they had to keep up with the screening. So the onus is on us to make sure, you know, our patients, with or without disabilities, are well informed. I mean, you know, they are supposed to get a copy of their report that explains this is what was removed, it was fully tested, etc. This is your follow-up care. But that's a very good question. And I have to say, whenever I do a little talk about gynae cancers, somebody always asks me about that one, which means to me it is really still an issue that sometimes you're not aware about, you know, after a hysterectomy, are you meant to continue with pap smears? Yeah, so thanks for that question.
Quick suggestion. Hi, Dr. Harry. Hi. What you mentioned there about persons with disabilities and access to screening, what you said is so true. The transport is our main challenge. And also, I would like to add and suggest something. I was hospitalized recently, and what I've noticed, you see sensitization with student doctors and whatnot, sensitization, and also bedside manner training is needed for persons with disabilities. And 2, you know, on the ward have different color bands to identify different categories of patients. So like, I forget the different colors of different categories of patients, but a band is needed to categorization for a person with disability, so the staff and doctors and they will know how to deal with persons with disabilities. And last thing I'm calling for is that if someone with disability goes into the emergency room and whatnot, that a family member should stay with them, because when you need help and assistance, and I'm visually impaired, you don't know if a staff member is around or not. You're here talking and you may need assistance. So this is this is my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's very, very useful. And just saying that I'll take that into consideration is not nearly enough, because even preparing for this and doing some of the research for this presentation, it does need to be part of the syllabus of medical students to deal with not just women, but patients with disabilities. Obviously, I look after gynecology, so women's healthcare is what I do. But we will ensure that the medical students in our care be exposed to this. And of course, visitors, I can't see why you wouldn't have your family member with you if you're admitted to hospital. I think that is compulsory. Yeah, they tell them to leave.
Ma'am, this is where it is so important for us to translate policies into working procedures and day-to-day activities, and to ensure that the rights and dignities of persons with disabilities are respected in all settings, including the healthcare setting. So we know there's some work to be done, and we thank everyone for the suggestions. We have time for just one more question that is standing between us and lunch. No pressure. Any more questions? Okay, well, we are around during lunchtime, so you can feel free to approach your presenters and ask them your questions. At this time, I invite the coordinators of the program to give the instructions regarding the lunch break. Ms. Alexander and team, any particular instructions that have to be passed on? Oh, I didn't see it yet.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dick, Dr. Harry, and everybody else. Let's give them a round of applause. Excellent discussions here today, so much so that we are now kind of running out of time. But we are at our official lunch break, so I know it's supposed to be an hour, but if I can ask you guys to, let's try to contain it to 45 minutes in the interest of time. It's buffet style just outside this room here. However, those who may need assistance in acquiring lunch, if you can indicate that to those who accompanied you, and you can get that necessary assistance. All right, so we'll try to work it at 45 minutes, and thank you all for being such a fantastic audience and discussion people this morning or earlier today. Thank you very much. See you in 45 minutes. Lunch is served. Okay, so good afternoon once more and welcome back to the second session here on the seminar on sexual and reproductive health for women with disabilities, as you know, hosted by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, where we try to help empower and transform lives. So the second part will be moderated again by our able and esteemed Dr. Natalie Dick, and I know we have had a lot of women power this afternoon, but we've got a little surprise with some males in the mix this afternoon. So we are kind of running a bit behind time, but I'm sure we'll all wrap up. By the way, in your packages, the evaluation forms, don't forget to fill them out, and that may be an incentive. Our incentive is that you might get a prize once you submit a completed evaluation form. So without further ado, let's welcome back to moderate the second session, Dr. Dick. You can give her a round of applause. You're refreshed.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Our audience has shrunk just a little bit, but we press on and we would like to continue our presentations this afternoon. There is a presentation by Dr. Mahesh Banda, who is a practicing physician for over 2 decades. Dr. Banda earned his MBBS medical degree from India in the year 2002, followed by a master's in business administration from the University of Findlay in Ohio, USA, and a postgraduate diploma in family medicine from the University of the West Indies. At present, he serves as a lecturer at UWI, as well as a registrar at the Queen's Park Counseling Center, while also fulfilling the role of a primary care physician. So let's welcome Dr. Banda, who has taken time from all of the various roles that he plays to educate us on sexually transmitted infections, prevention, diagnosis, and treatment.
Up and down. Thank you. This one is down, right?
I don't know.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody had a wonderful lunch. Yes, I'm Dr. Mahesh Banda, and I'm going to present on sexual transmitted disease. How do we prevent them? That's the most important thing, what we need to understand, because most of the people who are over here, like coming from disability kind of advocates to those organizations. So I was just wondering, how many people are representing different organizations for disabled people over here? Can you raise your hand? Okay, yeah, almost about 10 people, right? 10 organizations. That's wonderful. Each organization has about almost like 50 people, can we say? Or more than that, less than that? Anybody? More than 50? Less than 50? Less than 50. Okay, all right. Well, wonderful. So here I want you all to understand how it flows, and I just want you all to understand one more thing as well. Whatever you learn from here today in this presentation, you should be in a position to make sure that you will transmit the same kind of information. If you have any questions anywhere, you can definitely stop in between as well. You can ask me, and also at the end of presentation. So without delaying, let's go forward. Yeah, so in STIs, most of the times we see like testing. Testing is available for all kinds of STIs. You understand, sometimes we may need for certain things, and sometimes we may not need for certain things. Let's say for HIV, we need a testing. For syphilis, we need a testing. But for genital warts, we don't need testing. So we can see that through our visual eyes, and we can detect it. Same thing like vaginal candidiasis, where we don't need any kind of investigation because we can see that through our naked eyes, all the signs and symptoms, right? And treatment. Most of the things are available in the treatment part. And one good news I would like to share with you all. It's not completely published yet, but the HIV vaccine has also come into picture in the last 5 days from Duke University. Okay, so they tested on a clinical trials from 2019, and it was published just 5 days ago, saying like, the HIV antibodies are decreasing in number with the vaccination. So this is a great news. Of course, it's not completely published, but there is something positivity what we can expect after almost 44 years of a big research done, and today I think we are getting the breakthrough. Next one, prevention. As most of the people are disabled from those organizations, how can we prevent it? We have to educate them. How to educate them? So carry all kinds of information. Stick to one partner. That's the most important thing what they can do. Okay, sticking to one partner. Okay, for that they need to be mentally strong, and they need to be counseled from time to time, because disabled people are more vulnerable to plenty situations, as we all know. You understand? So that is one thing which I would like to mention. Of course, we can use protection and all these things. That's a different scenario. Regular testing and protection, all these things are secondary. But sticking to one partner will give them much added benefits than any other testing. So for this, we have to make sure they should understand everything, whatever is going on in their life, and how they want to progress in their life. So for this kind of scenarios, we can counsel them. So we have special counselors in our clinics. I work in QPCC, we have a counseling session department. We have very skilled people over there, where we would be in a position to make them understand everything, for the patients. Okay, vaccinations. As I told you, one vaccination about HIV, which is coming up very soon. I hope God should bless all HIV patients in these regards. And next one is we have vaccines in the form of many other things as well, hepatitis B and also HPV vaccine, which will prevent the cervical cancer. Okay. So mode of transmissions. Most of the times STIs are sexual transmitted disease. The name itself says it's STI, sexual transmitted infections. And blood transfusions are there, also from vertical transmission from mother to child, and also contaminated needles, which is very, very rare scenario. I am much closely associated with HIV clinic in the south as well. So far, maybe we might have seen about 5,000 cases of needle stick injuries, and nobody came positive. So it means needle stick injuries possibility is very, very less. People still use the medicines as a post-exposure prophylaxis, but they have more side effects than any kind of infection which we have seen forward. Of course, we can't deny the protocols, but nothing to be panicked. If you want to still use the medicine, use the medicines. You understand? But we haven't seen any positive cases. This is my personal experience. Next thing is in the hospital, we have plenty labs, right? And plenty people working in the labs. And they also do get exposed to these needle sticks and contamination from many different angles. So we always recommend people to make sure that they have to be safe first before they do anything else. So safety is the first thing which should come to our mind for all the healthcare workers. Organisms. What kind of organisms we see? We have to see from small organisms to the big organisms. Those are the most important ways how we see. So smallest organisms are virus. HIV virus, which is a dreadful virus, which we all know. Herpes, which we all know as well, we have genital ulcers, and human papilloma virus, which we commonly call it as HPV, which is genital warts, and sometimes cervical cancers and lower abdominal cancers are also seen with that. And bacteria. When it comes to bacteria, syphilis, biological name for that, in classification is treponema, and gonococci, which is gonorrhea, which is commonly called as runnings, in our common terminology among, in the people who present to the clinics, they do say it as runnings. And chlamydia. Chlamydia is also a sexual transmitted disease, and Gardnerella is bacterial vaginosis. Though this is not a sexual transmitted infection, still, because it's a discharge from the genital area, we recommend people, and it has been pushed into sexual transmitted disease. And then Haemophilus ducreyi and Klebsiella are different kind of things. I'll go down when I go there. The next one is protozoal organisms in the form of Trichomonas vaginalis. Okay, this is a genital discharge. I will explain you when I go there as well. And fungi, candida infection, and bugs like scabies and lice. Lice can be in any part of the body, like, anywhere where there is hair, like even sometimes eyebrows, like, axillary hair and genital area, pubical hair, any kind of hair. So I'm not going much into medical jargons, but I want to make sure that whatever is being, like, you are hearing today, you should understand. So herpes is, like, two kinds of herpes. One is oral herpes and one is genital herpes. Oral herpes is called as type 1 herpes and genital is type 2 herpes. What do people have with this situation? Usually, people with herpes, they present with a genital ulcer. Okay, a small vesicular ulcer, which is water-filled kind of ulcer. These small ulcers, they coalesce to form a bigger ulcer. This bigger ulcer is a painful ulcer. You understand? Once when something touches that, like water or anything, because it's on the nerve ending, it's a painful ulcer. Small blisters coalesce to form like a big ulcer. So just remember this thing. Once when you see these kinds of cases, think it as herpes. You understand? And then seek the medical attention as soon as you can. Because the first time when they present with herpes, infection is bad. And they are prone for the secondary bacterial infections as well. So you all have to understand that. And treatment is available, but there is no cure. Treatment is acyclovir, antiviral tablets. Like, we give 3 times a day for about 10 days to 2 weeks, depending upon the patient's situation. We also give acyclovir ointment, so that should be good enough. And as I already told you, there is no cure, but treatment is readily available. So how do they recur? They recur whenever they are under stress. Remember one thing, when people are under stress, not necessarily second time is with a transmission from another person. It is within, because the virus is there within the body, and the nerve, on the nerve ending, you call it as the dermatomes, like, dorsal root ganglion, scientific word, okay? But what you all need to understand is, it will flare up from time to time whenever people don't have proper sleep, or whenever there is any other secondary transmitted infection, sexual transmitted infection, and whenever they are under high stress situations and all these things, whenever the immunity goes down. So in those scenarios, they flare up, they come back. Most of the people, they come back on and on. What I have seen people, like, when they are coming on and on, are people who are under different kind of stress, when they are homeless, when they have no money, when they have no job, or relationship issues, something. You understand? So we have to make sure, we have to counsel them, and we have to make them understand the situation. So there is a long-term treatment is also available for this, which will suppress the virus for a good enough time, right? So that is herpes. And human papilloma virus, which is genital warts. We can see that, okay? We can see that warts on the skin, generally in the genital area, like, for men and women, we have it. And treatment is readily available for this in the form of podophyllin, which is a keratolytic, because it will be raised on the skin itself. So when we apply, like, podophyllin, it will clear up that warts. And also sometimes, like, we do cauterize. Cauterization are in 2 forms, like cryotherapy and electrocauterization. So cryotherapy is using liquid nitrogen, and cryotherapy, the electrical cauterization is also available. Sometimes patients do present, like, with big warts. Sometimes I wonder, like, how come somebody can have such a big wart? I have seen a patient who had, like, 2 ping pong ball size, like, kind of things, so big things. I wonder, what were you doing, man, all these days? Means, like, doc, I wanted to come all the time, but I couldn't able to come. But, like, you are seeing that, like, 2, 3 things like that. They all are like a tennis ball right now. So we can't do anything for those kinds of scenarios. So what we do is, we have to do surgical procedure. So we refer that to surgery, and we have to take it out surgically, right? So this is about the warts, and treatment part is done, and now vaccination. Excuse. So vaccination is, like, we give Gardasil vaccine. We recommend Gardasil vaccine to everybody, like, all from the age of 9 until 26 in males, from the age of 9 until 40 in females, so that we can prevent the cervical cancer. We recommend people, like, with the pap smears, right? We recommend people from the age of 21 to do pap smears. Along with pap smears, like, once in every 5 years, we also recommend people to go with the HPV testing as well, along with the pap smear, right? So there are 3 doses of HPV vaccine. 0 means start today, and 2 months later, let's say today is 22nd of May. So 22nd of July and 4 months from there, which is like, 22nd of November. So within 6 months, we have to give 3 doses. HIV. Most of the people know about HIV. A lot of cases we see and a lot of conditions we come across as well with HIV. They are like, they present with weight loss, diarrhea, weakness, tiredness, like, dehydration. They look real sick. Okay, when they present to you, they look real sick, and like, somebody from the family members or friends will tell them, okay, hey, go and get tested. And so at that point of time, they get tested and that testing is positive. But what happens is most of these people, because of the social stigma, they don't come up, they don't open up, they don't go by any doctors, you understand? So this is a tough scenario. So what we have to do for those kinds of people, once when we come across, we have to support them in many ways, you understand? They are vulnerable in many ways because nobody wants to sit with them, nobody wants to eat with them, nobody wants to lie with them. These things are on and on, in spite of like, plenty different variations, plenty different medicines which are available, plenty information is readily available, that you can't get it like, through a handshake. Still people, even I'm seeing like, plenty doctors also don't like to handshake with those kinds of people, which is like, just nothing actually. There is I'll tell you a small story, maybe I'm not taking much longer time. There is a young lady who is about 25 or so, she works at a ministry, and she was exposed to a person, and like, until like, deeper into the stage, she didn't even recognize herself that she has HIV. So she came along with her parents. That was a very tough situation, like, they break down, like, in my office itself. But I was like, foot to foot with that patient to make her understand this is nothing. And so every year Christmas, I will get a gift from her from then onwards. This has been like for the past 5 years, like, she always sends a gift for Christmas. So what I mean to tell you is just encourage them. They can still live their life in a proper way. And there are patients who are with HIV, who are with partners, and they don't have any infection. They have kids, grandkids, and everything. You understand? There is a scenario like that, who has like, who went for a bypass surgery. That was more than 30 years ago. And at that point of time, it wasn't tested. And the blood transmission, like, from that patient to this patient, when they underwent through the bypass surgery, he is HIV positive. The government paid him compensation and everything. But from then onwards, he is, after 30 years of HIV treatment, he's still very good, like any other normal person, and he's doing very well in his life. But still he has a stigma that he don't want to come out and expose himself and say, like, be motivator. It's kind of difficult. So this is where we are standing. So I recommend everybody to stand up, like, to say that something is like, is there, readily available for you all. Be strong. You understand? You are not vulnerable. We have all kinds of medicines where people can live after 30 years. We see like, heart patients will be dying in 5 years, kidney patient will be dying in 5 years, and HIV patient is living more than 30 years. Where is the problem? There is no problem, Only thing is like in our psychology, what we think, that is a problem. Otherwise, there is no problem. People can take medicines, people can live a happy life. There is nothing beyond that. That is just a chronic disease. You understand? Yeah, moving next. Syphilis. I want you all to understand about syphilis. All the organizations these days, I just want to tell you, I was talking to one of the doctor on the table just now. It is mentioned like we are seeing more syphilis patients these days. Why? Because like, I'm not blaming any race or religion or whatever. Some people from different country came into our country and they are exposing more men towards those females. And like, the transmission is more vibrant these days. So they are going back to their regular partner from this patient, from this person, I should say, and they are transmitting the infection to their partner. So this is causing like, more plenty syphilis cases who are pregnant and non-pregnant and everybody. So I recommend people like, whoever are disabled, make sure if they have a genital ulcer, it will be painless. A painless genital ulcer, which will be very well circumscribed, it won't bleed, and so will disappear in 2 weeks time span. When it disappears, people think, hey, there is nothing over here. But after a month and so, they develop on the palms and soles, they develop a kind of rash, a kind of dark rash on the hands and the palms and on the soles and so. So at this point of time, this is secondary stage of syphilis. First stage of syphilis was with an ulcer. Second stage of syphilis is with these rashes on the hands and soles. Along with that, patient can have sometimes kidney pain, bone pain, sometimes jaundice and all these things. So because syphilis can infect any part of the body, they are vulnerable for any kind of situation. So at that point of time, we have to understand, because these symptoms will also disappear. The second stage of syphilis will also disappear in a short span, let's say in a 2 weeks time span or a month time span, but they might recur. 25% of the times it recurs, and sometimes it won't recur. It will be just disappeared as so. So what I mean to tell you is, even if it disappears, if there is something, just make sure, those patients whom you are dealing with, they understand that syphilis will disappear on and off. You understand? The symptoms may present with on and off. At that point of time, check them regularly. If they change the partner, get them tested properly, and if they are tested positive, treat them. Because there are some late stage syphilis as well, which we can see after 20 years, 30 years, where they will be having degeneration on the brain, and that might impact the heart and blood vessels and everywhere, right? So treatment is very simple. 1 dose of benzathine penicillin is good if it is primary and secondary syphilis. And if it latent syphilis and tertiary syphilis after 2 years of syphilis, then 3 doses. So treatment is readily available. And when they are in the treatment part, first 2 weeks of the treatment, patient should not be patient should abstain from sex, okay, until the patient partner is also treated. So this is the other thing. We do have a follow-up for the syphilis treatment. We do follow-up until a year for the regular patients and year and a half for HIV patients, because they have more difficulty in the treatment parts. And gonorrhea. As I said, gonorrhea is a very simple thing. It's called as runnings, a yellowish, creamish discharge, and sometimes burning sensation, and sometimes lower abdominal pain. So when they have those symptoms, let them come to our clinics, let them get tested, and we give them the treatment right away. You understand? 1 single dose of injection, and some tablets like azithromycin, which is just for 1 day, and if it is doxycycline, we give it for a week. You understand? And we have to tell the patient and patient partner that they should abstain, and they both should be treated before they are active again. And chlamydia. Chlamydia is a clear, watery discharge. It's a clear, watery discharge. There is no pain or anything. So when this is usually seen in younger age groups, below the age of 25. This is one of the most common bacterial infection. Okay, the most common STI is HPV, and most common bacterial STI is chlamydia. And this is seen in more younger generations, and partner treatment is also there, and treatment is very simple, like doxycycline or azithromycin and so. And Gardnerella, which causes bacterial vaginosis. Bacterial vaginosis is a yellowish discharge, okay, foul smelling yellowish discharge. It's a very simple thing, and treatment is flagell, very simple treatment, and they don't need to treat the partner if they have no other symptoms. So this is only a sexual transmitted, this is not a sexual transmitted disease per se, but where we see these things, when people use too much of panty shields, when they have oral sex, or sometimes people do douche. We recommend people not to do any kind of douche or so. But some people, they see something on the over the counter, some clove water or whatever, they clean inside and in the vagina, and they develop this kind of infection, this kind of problems. This is not an STI. So take a proper history so that treatment will be better. If not, what happens is when they have this kind of discharge, their partner might think they are not with me, they might be with somebody else, and these kind of things. So in those scenarios, take a proper history from the patient, explain that to the patient, and explain that to the patient partner as well, that this is not STI. This is because of cunnilingus, which is oral sex with the partner, or using of soaps, or too much of panty shields, or sometimes African race do have less lactobacillus, so they are prone. And sometimes polycystic ovaries, sometimes diabetic patients, they all are prone for these things as well, right? So treatment is very simple for them as well, which is flagell. Trichomonas vaginalis and bacterial vaginosis. They both present in the same way, yellowish, foul, pungent discharge. So treatment is also same for them. We just give them flagell tablets for about a week. And sometimes people may not be able to take flagell tablets because it's not tasty. So those people throw up when they take the tablets. At that point of time, we give them flagell gel, and they will be applying inside the vaginal area, and they are treated in that way too. So at that point of time, we recommend people to use protection. One other important thing over here, Trichomonas vaginalis, we don't treat because this is for the vagina, right? We don't treat the male partners. But sometimes people above the age of 40 years, males, we treat males as well, because as age grows up, above 40, even males do have a bigger size of prostate. So when they have bigger size of prostate, trichomonas can be in that prostatic fluid. So at that point of time, we treat patient and patient partner, both of them, right, above the age of 40 years. Yeast infection. It's a thick white discharge. This is seen usually in diabetic patients and polycystic ovaries, or people who use antibiotics. Let's say somebody came with cough and cold. You have used broad spectrum antibiotics. When you use that broad spectrum antibiotics, yeast infections do grow. You understand? So are people who are using steroids for a longer term. You understand? They are more vulnerable for these things. And so we treat these people with fluconazole, just one single tablet, and Candid V3 pessaries. The pessaries will be inserted for once a day for 3 times, and patient should be okay. Sometimes patients do come again and again. If they are polycystic ovaries patients, they come more often. So for that kind of people, what I tell them is take one flagell tablet once per week. Let's say today is Wednesday. Take one today, next Wednesday, like that for about 3-4 Wednesdays. Most of the times it will subside, and I tell them to lose some weight. And if it's a diabetic patient, I tell them check your sugars properly. Once when your sugars are under control, usually yeast infection is also under control. So as I told you, I don't want to use much medical jargon. These are the most common things which we came across, and most common how they presented with, and the most common treatment which is readily available. So anybody, any questions, please feel free to ask me. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. The deaf community, we don't have an idea of what location. You said QPCC, where is that?
Okay, good question. QPCC 1 is in north, right, in the Port of Spain, right beside the, MRF office. MRF, within the Port of Spain General Hospital itself. Medical Research Foundation. Okay, which is the north office. And 1 is in the south, which is in San Fernando General.
If you have any contact information, you can leave it with any one of us, please.
Yeah, sure. I will leave it with you all.
And I do hope maybe in the future, you can have other interpreters while you give us counseling. For counseling services, we'd rather have an interpreter there if needed.
Yes, we do have interpreters, and we have counseling as well. They are very good, as I told you. They are real professional, and I highly recommend people to utilize the services as much as you can, and bring in all your patients, or somebody who wants counseling as well. They can come to our office, and this is just a walk-in clinic. We have some Saturday clinics as well. If you are in South, we have one in Cuba, one in Princeton, one in Point 14, Rio Claro, those things. And if you are in North, we have one in Arima, we have one in Grande, and these areas.
Thank you. Thank you. One of the tasks of the moderator is to be really strict on time, and we are just a little bit behind time. So if there are any more questions, perhaps you can ask Dr. Banda privately, because I need to move on. We have 2 other presentations. At this time, I would like to thank you, Dr. Banda. Please give him a round of applause. covering quite a lot of information in a very short space of time. We continue our discussions with another one of our esteemed speakers. I would like to introduce Dr. Ishad N.J. John. Dr. John is a medical doctor with a robust background in HIV/AIDS management and public health. She earned her medical degree from the St. George's University School of Medicine in Grenada, then pursued a postgraduate diploma in the management of HIV, together with further training by way of a master's degree in public health at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus. Dr. John has dedicated much of her career to the clinical management of HIV at the Medical Research Foundation, just like Dr. Banda mentioned, which is the major HIV treatment site in Trinidad and Tobago, and she served as physician as well as clinic coordinator. At this present time, Dr. John serves as the director of the HIV/AIDS Coordinating Unit at the Ministry of Health, Trinidad and Tobago. In this role, she oversees the entire national strategies and programs aimed at preventing the spread of HIV, improving diagnosis and treatment, and supporting those who are affected by the HIV virus. Please join us as we welcome Dr. John, who will be presenting on HIV/AIDS prevention, diagnosis, and treatment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dick. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. So I'm just going to go right along. So it's very important for us as women to know about HIV and AIDS, because as we all know, knowledge is power. So what we know, we can help ourselves. But also, as we learn, we ought to teach. So when we learn, hopefully what we learn here today, we'll be able to take it back to others in the community, and so that we can empower others, knowing that treatment of HIV is available, that HIV is not a death sentence, that you can live a long, healthy life with HIV, and that you can prevent yourself from getting and contracting HIV. All right, so what does HIV stand for? I know most of us know this already, but again, I'll just go through it. Human immunodeficiency virus. And I want to pay special attention to two words, immune and virus. So a virus is an infectious particle, something that infects you, that usually only lives within a living organism. And this is very important. Viruses do not live for very long outside of a living organism. And this affects the way that the virus is transmitted, especially for HIV. So HIV, human immunodeficiency virus. The immune part, when you think of our bodies, think that Trinidad and Tobago has a defense force that protects our nation, protects our nationals against enemies. That same way, our body has a defense force, which is called our immune system. So if an enemy, an infectious particle, comes into our body, the immune system is responsible for creating, for that army, being the soldiers, to protect us from that infectious particle. However, with HIV, what that virus does is that it actually destroys the immune system. So think of it as your army now, our defense force, has been destroyed by somebody else, so there's nobody to guard us. So that's what happens when HIV comes into the body. It destroys the immune system cells, and so now when another infection comes to your body can no longer protect yourself from that infection, and so that's what leads to people getting very sick and possibly to death. All right? Now, AIDS stands for Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome. Now, HIV, there are several different stages in HIV. So you can start off with HIV as what we call asymptomatic, meaning you have no symptoms, and then you can go straight down to AIDS. Now, AIDS, when somebody has AIDS, we diagnose somebody with AIDS if they show specific symptoms, if their immune system is really, really, really low, if they start to get infections that normally somebody who has a strong immune system, they won't get those infections because there are certain infections. If I see a patient and they have white stuff in their mouth called candida, then I think, this is somebody who might have HIV, because this is not something I will see in somebody who has a strong immune system. So that's what AIDS is. But I want to tell you that somebody who has AIDS and has been diagnosed with AIDS does not mean this person will die. Years in the early parts of the AIDS program, yes, because there wasn't treatment, but now somebody could have AIDS and still recuperate and live a long, healthy life. Symptoms of HIV. As I said before, sometimes you don't have any symptoms. But after transmission of HIV, the reason why it's so difficult to diagnose or understand that you may have HIV, because a lot of the symptoms, as you see, they look like symptoms of what? A flu. You have fever, sore throat, you have your lymph nodes are swollen, you may have some aches. And so persons, after they've been infected, may think, this is just a flu. And then it will go away. And then that virus may live in your body for years. It could live in your body for up to 7 to 10 years and you not feel anything. You can be living with the HIV virus for 7 to 10 years and you're well, you're happy, and then one day you just get sick, just like that. So that's why it's important, if after any sexual activity you feel that you have like flu-like symptoms, you must think, could I have contracted HIV? All right? How is HIV transmitted? We know the most common way of transmission of HIV is through sexual intercourse. Sexual intercourse between females and males, whether it is vaginal sex or anal sex. Sexual intercourse, that's the main risk of transmission. But there are other ways of transmission. A mother can transmit the virus to her baby. We can get a transmission through organ transplants, or they can be transmission through people who share needles. We don't have that problem much in Trinidad and Tobago. And then you can have transmission through donation of blood. All right? But here in Trinidad and Tobago, the main route of transmission is usually through sexual activity, and then secondary through pregnancy. But there are ways and means to prevent transmission through pregnancy. I must tell you, HIV is not transmitted by hugging. It's not transmitted by kissing. It's not transmitted by shaking somebody's hand, by sharing utensils that they use, by sitting on the same seat. If you remember, I spoke earlier about that a virus cannot live for very long outside of a living organism. So when HIV, these things that you have, insect bites, touching somebody, the virus is not present on the hand just like that. It's not present on the desk just like that. So you don't get that infection. And if somebody is bleeding and there's blood, within a short period of time, the virus will die, because that blood and that living cells in the blood will eventually die. Okay? How can we prevent HIV transmission? The ABCs of HIV transmission: abstain, be faithful, and use condoms. Abstinence is the 100% guarantee. If you're not having sex, and if you're not getting any blood transfusion or anything like that, you won't be at risk of getting HIV. Let me just say a little bit about the blood transfusion, because somebody might have a question. All blood that is received in Trinidad and Tobago at the blood centers is tested for HIV. And if that blood is deemed positive, it is not used, it is discarded. So that way we don't have any transmission of HIV through blood donation in Trinidad and Tobago. So abstinence, having one partner, and using condoms. Now, there are male condoms and there are female condoms. So you don't have to wait on your male partner to put a condom on to protect yourself. The female condoms are condoms that you can insert in the vagina prior to sex, hours prior to sex. You don't have to wait until the very time that you're going to have sex to insert it. And it will protect you from the transmission of HIV, AIDS, and other sexually transmitted diseases that doctors spoke about before. So you do have that female condom, and then there's the male condom that you can utilize. We do distribute female and male condoms at our health centers, so you can go to your health center and ask if they have condoms, and you can collect condoms at these health centers free of cost. In terms of pregnancy, we try to prevent the transmission of HIV from mother to child by treating the mother. Well, first off, we have to test the mothers during pregnancy. So we will usually test the mother during pregnancy at her first visit, and this is why it's important, if you are pregnant or you know anyone who is pregnant, that they should go very early on to the antenatal clinic, because this is one of the tests that will be done during the antenatal clinic. Your HIV test to make sure that you're not HIV positive. If you are HIV positive during pregnancy, then you are referred for treatment. And once treated, if you are treated effectively, you do not transmit the virus to the baby. Okay? Oh, I should go back. I want to talk about something called post-exposure prophylaxis. Now, post-exposure prophylaxis, as it says, is a medication. It's an HIV treatment medication that you take after you may have been exposed to HIV. So somebody who has been in a situation of sexual assault, they may present to the hospital, and we may think, oh, there's a risk that this person is exposed to HIV. We give them HIV medication within 72 hours of that sexual contact, and then we continue treatment for at least 28 days, and that usually prevents the risk of transmission of HIV to that person. Now, testing is one of the ways, and testing often is one of the ways that you try to prevent yourself from getting HIV. And we have several different testing options here in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, we have over 63 testing sites in Trinidad and Tobago at our health centers, and the testing is free again to every person. So 63 health centers that you can go and test. And you can find these sites on the Ministry of Health website, and all our social media pages. You can find where you can go and get tested. So we do the two tests I want to talk about here that is most important for us is the rapid test, which you can go to the health center or you can have done at outreach sessions when people are having outreach sessions. And that's where they just prick your finger and take a sample of blood and test it. And within 15 to 20 minutes, you will get a result. The other test I want to speak about is something that was recently introduced in Trinidad and Tobago within the last year, and it's called a home testing kit or a self-testing kit. So this is what a self-testing kit looks like. And so the self-testing kit, what self-testing means is that for persons who are unable to go to the health center, you can send a friend or you can ask somebody from the health center to come to the home and give you a self-testing kit. And the good thing about the self-testing kit is that there's no blood involved. This is what it looks like. And what you do is that you simply pass it along your gums, top and bottom gum, and then you stick it into a little tube, if I find the tube, into a little tube, leave it for 20 minutes, and then it will tell you whether you are positive, whether it's reactive or not. And as I said, these kits are available free of cost again at your health centers. So if you would like to test at home, you can test at home. You don't have to go to the health center to test. You can ask to have a self-test kit to be done at home, right? So that's one of the important things for us. As I said, testing we have various testing sites throughout Trinidad and Tobago in all of the regional health authorities. All right, one thing I want to talk about the tests. Now, different tests will tell you how soon, to give you a positive in different frames. So a window period for the HIV test means how soon after I got infected can this test tell me that I'm positive? So there are different tests that we do that can tell you that you're positive within 10 days. Some will tell you within 3 weeks. Some will tell you within 3 months that you're positive. And that's why it's important to get repeated tests if you are sexually active and think you may have been exposed, because different tests will tell you along the pathway where if you are positive. Now, most of the tests, the rapid tests that we spoke about earlier and the self-tests, these would usually tell you if you're positive within 18 to 90 days. So that's the ones that we have. The lab test, when you go to the lab, that will tell you if you're positive within 18 to 45 days. Now, in Trinidad and Tobago, in order to be diagnosed as positive, you don't just do one test with one test kit. You have to have at least minimum 2 tests, and both tests have to say, yes, there is HIV, yes, there is HIV, before we say that you are positive. And then we still have a 3rd test that we do to make sure that you are in the laboratory to make sure that you are HIV positive. And then if you are positive, when you get to the treatment site, there is yet another test that is done. And this test actually picks up the virus itself, the virus itself, and tells us, yes, there's virus in this person's body, and this person is definitely positive. So when we diagnose somebody as HIV positive, we use multiple tests to make sure that we are getting it right, and that we're not telling somebody that they're positive when they're not, and making them, putting them in a state of disarray, all right? All right, so again, we recommend that everybody, once you're sexually active, should get tested at least once throughout life, no matter how old you are. We are seeing a lot of HIV positive tests in older age group. We know that the persons of 55, 65 and above are sexually active, so we encourage persons to get tested. Again, test if you are pregnant, and the test, as I said, we recommend testing at first visit at antenatal clinic. If your test is positive, then you're referred for treatment. If the test is negative, you will get tested again before your pregnancy is completed. So, and if you don't go to an antenatal clinic at all and you show up at the hospital, you are tested at the hospital, and your baby may be treated just to make sure that there's no transmission of the virus. All right, so what happens after you get a test result? So if your test result is positive, we refer you to a treatment and care site. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have 5 treatment and care sites. There's 1 in Tobago, there are 2 in Tobago actually. I should say we have treatment and care sites in all of the RHAs. So there are 2 treatment and care sites in Tobago that you can receive treatment for HIV. There's 1 in the Northwest Regional Health Authority area at the Medical Research Foundation. There's 1 at the North Central Regional Health Authority at the Eric Williams Medical Hospital. And there's 1 in the Eastern Region Health Authority at the San de Grande Hospital, and then there's 1 in Southwest Regional Health Authority at the San Fernando General Hospital. So there is a treatment site in every RHA that persons can go to. And you can go to any treatment site that you want to. Not because you're living in San Grande means that you have to go to San Grande. But we encourage you that once you start a treatment site, that you continue with that treatment site. Now, before I go on to what treatments look like, I want to speak about this thing called viral load, because this is very important in treatment. So remember we spoke about when the virus gets in the body, it's in the body and it takes over the cells. But it takes over itself and it makes more and more of itself. So think of yourself as a body, as a tree. And the tree is producing leaves every day. The virus is producing more virus every day. The leaves are falling on the ground. If you don't sweep those leaves away or use anything to get rid of those leaves, it just builds up in the body over time. And that's what happens with the virus. If you don't get treatment, the virus builds up in the body over time, and that amount is called a viral load. And the higher the viral load, the greater the risk of transmitting the virus to somebody, as well as the greater the risk of getting very, very ill. So what you need to do is to get this viral load down. And what the medication does is that it acts like, you know, if you have, we speak about the tree, you have a leaf blower, you have a broom, and you every day as the tree producing leaves, you taking the broom and you're sweeping it away, or you're taking the leaf blower and you're blowing it away, and so it's always clear. And that's the same thing that the medication does. So every day that you're taking the medication, it acts as the leaf blower to get rid of the virus out of the body so that there's not that buildup in the virus in the body. And so your immune system is not destroyed by the virus, and so you stay well. So it's very important that when persons go to the treatment site, we test what is called the viral load, because we need to see where it is at the beginning and how it gets better. The goal is to get it to a very, very low level that when we do the blood test, we do not pick up anything in that blood test. We pick up no virus in that blood test, right? So treatment with HIV is what is used to get that viral load down. And the treatment that we have available in Trinidad and Tobago is in a tablet form. Now, in some countries, in European countries, there are injectable form of medication, but that's not available in the Americas as yet. So we use tablets, a pill, and you can take as simple as 1 pill a day. Nobody has to know what you're taking, 1 pill a day at morning or at night. Think of it as a daily multivitamin, and that 1 pill every single day can bring the amount of virus in the body very, very low and keep you very, very well, keep persons very, very healthy. Now, it's, as I said, it can be 1 tablet, but there's some people that have to do more pills, 2, 3, 4 pills. But it all depends on what we spoke about earlier, the viral load, and how the person's body reacts to the medication. All right, so I spoke about this already. Medication is not a cure. So if the person stops taking the medication, just like if you stop sweeping the leaves away every day, the leaves will build back up. If the person stops taking the medication, the virus is going to build back up in the body and they will get sick again. So once you start medication, the goal and the best practice is to continue taking the medication every single day to keep that virus low in the body, right? Now, this is a new prospect called U equal to U. And what that stands for is undetectable equals untransmittable. And when we see somebody with HIV, we say their viral load is either detectable or undetectable. Detectable meaning we can pick it up when we do the blood test to test the viral load, to test the amount of virus in the body, we can actually get a number. The machine tells us there are 10,000, 1,000, 70,000, 1 million viruses in this sample. When somebody is undetectable, when we do the blood test, the machine is not able to tell us there's any virus in that blood. So it comes back and says, undetectable, no virus present in this blood. Now, that does not mean that there's no virus in the person's body. It just means that it's at such a very low amount that we didn't pick it up in that sample. But what we have known, what we have seen through several studies that have been done with thousands of persons is that when a person's blood test is undetectable, they do not transmit the virus, even though they're having unprotected sex or sex without using a condom. So this has become very, very important for us in HIV treatment and prevention. So that is why it's important to get tested early, because the earlier somebody is diagnosed, the earlier we can get them on treatment, and the earlier he gets on treatment, the earlier it is and the quicker it is that the virus in the body decreases and becomes undetectable, so that if this person has sex, unprotected sex, they do not transmit the virus. And if this mother gets pregnant, they do not transmit the virus to the baby. So this is very, very important. And that is why you've seen a lot of HIV positive persons are married to persons who are HIV negative. They have HIV negative partners, and they're able to have sex, they're able to enjoy themselves, and have HIV negative children. Now, the important thing for this, as I said, is that the person who is HIV positive must continue taking their medication every single day to keep that virus very low in their body. All right, I'm going to skip through this part. Just want to show you, in terms of Trinidad and Tobago, we have about 5,426 persons who have diagnosed as living with HIV, out of what we have an estimated number of 11,000, just about, persons living with HIV. And of that 5,000, about 3,000 persons are on medication, and then another 3,000 are actually suppressed, all right, which is very good numbers. Okay, so women and HIV risk. Women are at a greater risk of getting HIV than men. Because of our vaginas, we have a greater surface area. So think about it. You have a bucket and you have a hose. If you're pouring from the hose into the bucket, you're going to get more water going into the bucket from the hose than if you're pouring from the bucket into the hose. So you think of the penis as the hose and the vagina as the bucket, and just think about the differences that you get there. So that's why women, we're at a greater risk biologically of getting HIV through sexual intercourse. Again, in terms of social, women are at a risk when it comes to economic factors, because sometimes women are placed in positions where they have to have sex for money or sex for food, and this can put them at risk because their partner do not want to use a condom, and this is where a female condom and women condoms come in very important, so that you can protect yourself. All right? Now, semen from the men can also stay in our vaginas for several days after sex, which means we are exposed to the virus much longer. All right? And having infections, like the STI infections that doctor spoke about before, weakens the system, weakens the immune system, and makes the vaginal walls a little bit more penetrable, so that that makes you, again, more at risk to getting HIV. So as women, we are at risk of getting HIV more than men, so we need to keep that in mind, all right? All right, so again, if your partner has an STI, if your partner is having any rash on his penis, if he's having any discharge, that is putting you at a greater risk of getting an infection as well. Moving on, all right. So what happens after you're HIV positive, and how do you live with HIV? At the treatment and care sites, what we try to do is deal with persons, not just at the biological level by giving medication, but we do that psychosocial level. So we are trying to ramp up the services at our treatment and care sites, so that there is a psychologist, there are social workers, there are what we call peer advocates, and these persons help with the mental and social aspects of the treatment of HIV. Because we know that we are not at risk just because of the sexual activities, but about the economic and social. So we have social workers, as I said, who deal with the social issues. We're trying to have psychologists who will deal with the psychological issues. And then there are what we call peer advocates or peer navigators, who are persons who actually live with HIV, who have been on treatment for several years, who are consistent with their treatment and undetectable, and are able to speak with persons who are newly diagnosed or persons who are having problems, and explain to them and help to guide them along and be like a buddy to help them along that pathway. All right? And this is just a list of some of the support systems that we have available in Trinidad and Tobago. There's the National AIDS Coordinating Unit. For women, there is GROOTS, and there is a Trinidad and Tobago Community for Positive Women. And you can find all these resources on the National AIDS Coordinating Committee's website, which is nac.tt.org, I think it is, right? We also have an online HIV helpline, which is 800-4448 or 800-4HIV. And on this helpline, you can get all your questions about HIV, testing, diagnosis, and treatment answered. And it is a 24-hour helpline. You can call. We do have bilingual persons there as well. And so you can call and you can ask all your questions that you need to have asked or answered about HIV. Yes, I think I'm just going to end here. That's it. So again, I just hope that this will help us to understand a little bit more and help us to be a little bit more proactive in our health and educate those around us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. John, for providing us with such a wealth of information in such a short space of time. We can take perhaps one or two questions because we have another speaker and I'm conscious of the time. However, what I would request is that perhaps the organizers at our Ministry of Social Development and Family Services can post or share the link that Dr. John mentioned so that persons may be able to access those bits of information and the helpline and that sort of thing. Are there any questions at this time?
What if a person who has AIDS or HIV, does that medication interact with any medication they may be taking previously?
It can, but we usually will do a detailed history when the person presents at the treatment and care site, and there are different medications that are available. So depending on what the person is on, they may get a different medication. There are different medications that they can get. In addition, you may do something that where you space the medications apart, because it may just be, if you can take it different medications at different time, they would not interact as much. So there are ways that we work around that.
Any other questions? Okay, Dr. John, thank you so very much. And while we invite our tireless Dr. Jamila Ali back, she's our final speaker for this afternoon, and she's going to be speaking to us on contraceptive choices. I just want to take 1 minute to recognize our tireless sign language interpreters who have been ensuring that those who are deaf and hard of hearing are able to participate fully in today's proceedings. Please recognize them and give them a round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Ali. We already know all about Dr. Ali, who does what she loves to do every day in her chosen field. So, Dr. Ali, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to keep this one quick because I feel like everybody's getting a little bit tired now or having to leave because of the traffic. So contraceptive choices. So this is something actually very important because as women, we know pregnancies and deliveries, sometimes the male partner can walk away, but children, mothers have a special bond with children, and it will always be your responsibility. So therefore, the choice to have a baby, go through with a pregnancy, is your choice. And you should be aware of the contraceptive choices available if you choose now is not the right time to have a pregnancy. Okay. So how do you choose what you want to use? So you want to use something that works well. There are methods that have very, very high effective rates, and there are also methods that are not very effective, which we will discuss later on. There are side effects. You want to know the ease of use, the cost of it, if you have any medical illnesses, if it's safe to use, the risk of sexually transmitted infections, as well as if you have reproductive ambitions soon rather than later, and if it's something you can be compliant with. The first one we're going to talk about, everybody knows about the pill. So there's the oral contraceptive pill. There's two types of pill. One is called the progestogen-only pill, and the other one is called a combined oral contraceptive pill. Within Trinidad, we only have the combined oral contraceptive pill. Combined means there's two types of hormones. The progestogen-only pill is the only pill that's safe to use directly after delivery, but as I said, it's not available in Trinidad. So in terms of the pill, compliance is very important. If you think you have a lifestyle where you can forget a pill because you have to use it every single day around the same time, so you have to keep that in mind if you're going to choose something like the pill. Some people do get side effects in terms of headaches, migraines. Patients who are overweight, smoking, have a higher risk of clots. So we have to take a history and then recommend what is the best option. So this is the one, so patients who are smokers, heavy smokers, if you're over 35, heavier body weight, if you have a history of heart disease, stroke, a history of clots, previous treatment for breast cancer or liver disease, this is not the option for you. In terms of barrier methods, as Dr. John had just spoke about, there are condoms, male and female. And this is the only method that can prevent sexually transmitted infections. So every other method of contraception, that's all it does, prevent pregnancy. You can still get sexually transmitted infections. So only what we call barrier contraception, which is a male or female condom, can prevent the spread of sexually transmitted infections. And then there's injections. So there are monthly injections and there are 3 monthly injections. So compliance with this tends to be better because you only have to visit the health center every month or every 3 months. The most common side effects with injections is abnormal bleeding. It doesn't happen to everybody. Everybody is different, but some people can get very irregular bleeding and some people can get none at all. So then now we have the long-acting reversible contraception. So long-acting, we mean it's going to last for a long time. Reversible, it doesn't change your fertility. So there's 2 classes here. One is the implants, which I'll talk about after. And the first one I'm talking about here is the intrauterine devices. So these are, as it says, an intrauterine device. So we have to use a speculum, visualize the cervix, the neck of the womb, and actually place the device within the cavity of the womb. This is done awake, and it can be done in any of the family planning sites. There are 2 types of devices that we have, which is the copper IUCD, as well as the hormone releasing. In Trinidad, we have a different range. Sometimes they call it Fiona, Elora, Marina, might be the ones you've heard of. So the copper IUCDs, as I said, it does not affect fertility. Some women do get heavier periods with it. It is very safe during breastfeeding, and it could be used as what we call emergency contraception. So that means if you had a sexual encounter, you think that it has the possibility of getting pregnant, and within the first 5 days, you decide that's not what you want, this can be used as an emergency contraceptive, or also in the case of sexual assault, this can be used as emergency contraceptive. The hormone-releasing ones make your periods become very light, or it may stop it completely, which is not something to worry about, because just like a pill, the hormone-releasing IUCDs, they prevent ovulation. Because they prevent ovulation, the lining of the womb becomes very thin, which means it has very little lining to shed. So the period becomes lighter and lighter and eventually does stop. Just as with the copper, it does not affect your fertility. So most of these hormone-releasing IUCDs last for 5 years. If in that time you decide that I want to try for a pregnancy, you can take it out. And it is safe during breastfeeding. And both of these options, we can insert them directly after delivery if you choose. So this is one of the newer ones we have in Trinidad, which is an excellent option as well. The Nexplanon implant. It is a small plastic rod that is inserted beneath the skin of the arm, somewhere around here. It is the hormone progesterone. It lasts for 3 years, and it is 99% effective at preventing pregnancy. Just like the IUCD, it can be removed easily. Some women prefer this option because they don't want to undergo a speculum exam, let's say after delivery, to patina IUCD. So it's a little injection to numb the skin, and then we place it beneath the skin. The most common side effect with this is some people have irregular bleeding, but it works very well. And if at some point you decide that you want to try for pregnancy, you can remove it. And if it's working well at that 3-year point, you can have it replaced. Take it out and put in a new one. This one, I believe, is only available at the hospital family planning units because usually a doctor would place it for you. So not your health centers, but any of the major hospital family planning sites. And then we have the permanent methods. If you are 100% sure you have completed your family and you do not want any more children, there is the option of tubal ligation or vasectomy. Both of these are surgical procedures. So you have to be aware it's not a day procedure. Most places you would have to stay overnight. It's a small incision along the bikini line, and usually they would do the procedure and you go home the next day. These are the natural methods. So some women do use these methods, and it's very effective for them, but they have to be used very, very carefully. Of all of these methods, the withdrawal method is what I want to speak about, which is not very effective because you have to remember that the fluid before the pre-ejaculate, which is the fluid before the semen, could have a living sperm in it as well, which means that you could get pregnant. And well, in terms of emergency contraception, as I talked about, we had the copper intrauterine device, as well as there are pills that you can use as emergency contraception. Does it have any questions? No questions? Great. Thank you all so much for the opportunity.
I want to thank all of the persons here in this room who have remained until this part of the proceedings. You should give yourselves a round of applause for having the stamina for a full day program. Quite a lot of information was exchanged, and I hope that you also took advantage of the health checkups that were made available on the outside. So at this point, I just want to make a few closing remarks. I want to thank the organizers for entrusting me with the opportunity to moderate this portion of the today's program. I especially want to thank Ms. Kanisha Guy-Phillip, who educated us about the parenting of children with special needs and went into the various costs of having a family and the benefits of a strong family. She dispelled some stereotypes and stigma related to caregiving and parenting of children with disabilities and reminded us of the importance of embracing diversity and strengths and parents being good role models for their children. And then we were treated to the energetic and informative presentations by Dr. Jamila Ali, who gave us a whole overview of the various presentations. Then she educated us on common menstrual problems that women with disabilities face, and then brought the suite of presentations to the close with an overview on contraceptive choices. We also were given an opportunity to hear about sexually transmitted infections, prevention and treatment by Dr. Mahesh Banda, and Dr. Vanessa Harry gave us a very honest and insightful look at issues related to gynecologic cancer, the importance of screening, and she focused on some of the healthcare gaps and inequities related to women with disabilities and receiving adequate care for their sexual and reproductive health. And we also had Dr. Isha John, who I am thanking for a very informative and practical look at issues related to HIV and AIDS, and how women with disabilities especially can protect themselves, and if they do have encountered the HIV infection, how to live better or more successfully with AIDS, with HIV/AIDS. So that is a summary of the presentations from this part of the proceedings, but I also want to thank our persons who gave us entertainment in the earlier part of the program, Mr. Gulston as well as Mr. Raymond Edwards, and again, thanks to the sign language interpreters. Thank you for all of the persons in the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services for putting together this historic seminar, and I would boldly say this has to be the first of more, because we covered so much and there's so many unanswered questions that I'm throwing out the challenge to my colleagues in this ministry to make this a more regular event. And also thanks to the management of the Hyatt Regency Hotel for facilitating the accommodation and the delicious food. Just want to wish everybody a safe trip back to your respective destinations, and also the information that you gathered here, please share it among all of the persons with whom you network. Don't forget to complete your feedback forms. And at this time, I would say goodbye, turning it over to Mr. Mohammed, who will tell you how to get the prize. Remember, he told you about a prize, right? So let's find out how to get the prize. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dick. Let's give Dr. Dick a round of applause for being such an excellent and esteemed and able moderator. Thank you very much, Dr. Dick, for your services, and I would like to echo her sentiments. And I think it's safe to say that this today is just a launching pad of similar activities with the ministry reaching out to the public. It might be done more on an outreach community, rural community basis, where people can access information. So it's a win-win situation, and we indeed digested a wealth of information today. So I'd like to again echo Dr. Dick's sentiments, and on behalf of the Minister, Senator the Honorable Donna Cox, and the Executive of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, and in particular the Disability Affairs Unit, the unit that was responsible for putting this program together, and of course with the able assistance of our Corporate Communications Unit, we'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for attending, and wish you a safe journey home, and see you the next time. Thank you again, and we thank you for helping us to help empower and transform lives. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Safe journey to your respective destinations. Oh, and the prizes or the tokens are when you submit your completed evaluation forms, that would be in the folders, respective folders that you got this morning.